Are we live? I think we are. I was just ranting to the Twitch there. You could ask them. I was being honest. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you guys are ready. I hope you are locked and loaded. I think we are live and ready to go. What the? Ready to go? Do you hear that? Oh? Do you hear that? Oh? What is that noise? Do you guys hear that? Do you hear that? Is it doing that to you too, or is that just me? It's echoing? No, do you still hear it? Wait, do you still hear it? Not now? Okay. Oh, I was like, what? That was very, very wild. Very, very, very wild. Why is there 3 different lives? You'll figure it out. I want you to, it's like a scavenger hunt. But that's good. But either way, Chattadonia, if you missed it, there is an Apple, Baidu, or Baba partnership. So that's why Apple and Baba are going crazy on AI. The steel tariffs didn't do much. They might be enacted in March, but now, 30 minutes from now, we are going to be getting Jerome Powell. So you guys are here right now. We have a little bit of time, but tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? Oh, wait, I haven't even opened it up off of members only. Oh, man. I'm behind. I need to go pee, too. So I hope you guys got good plays. Do you have any? I can't read the plays right now. I have to turn it off. We got to turn on. We got to free the members, bro. Oh, I have the wire on, too? Oh, yeah. That's terrible. We wouldn't want that without the likes. Amen. Oh, no, you don't get the wire. No, that's a crazy idea. There we go. They're free. What's our plays, baby? Let's go. We only have a minute. Baba, Freedom, ARM, SPY, Buenos Dias, Apple, waiting for Powell. Good morning. SPY puts, SMCI puts, Palantir, Baba, Apple, ACHR, Woo, Uncensored, SMTI, SMCI, NVIDIA, Wingit, TLT calls, Baba, TLT, Palantir, Coca-Cola, BBAI, Lord, watching Bill, like the video, buy UAA, M Gold, SPY calls, buying Human, SMCX puts, selling my Tesla, Palantir, shop, Liberty, 15 minutes, Algo, pop, Baba, and the final plays. Puts on JP Morgan, Oxy, why is Baba up, SPY, TLT, and I'm playing the like button and Roblo puking pre-market. All right, game time. We only got 30 seconds. I'm going to the bathroom.
Talk about Meta.
I'm taking it. Bro. I got
quite a bit. Microsoft's really struggled, and it's been, now it's going on 10 months.
Hold on.
Where Microsoft really hasn't been a net contributor to Mag 7. Also, excluding the Mag 7, the S&P this year is up like almost 6%, whereas it's more like under 3% for the index on market cap weighted.
Is Meta going to be down today? Is that?
It looks like it.
First
Looks
time
like it might have finally
15-day win streak.
Finally emptied the tank, possibly there. Been a fascinating revaluation of that stock. It's not just that the earnings revision momentum is there, and obviously they're seemingly in the right sweet spot in terms of AI open source and how they can utilize Trump presidency, obviously they've been viewed as very in a favorable spot there. But also, it's sort of pulling valuation premium from Alphabet. It really just completely diverged from what they've really been in lockstep for a while, and it actually trades.
I don't know if you heard the round one, but yeah, get ready. So again, China. Oh damn, Baba with that candle. Damn. So Baba 112 again. That Apple news. Otherwise, take a look at any of the commodity steel plays, and then once again, man, gold is making a lot of waves. Gold is like oddly very, very high right now. And then you have Fed Hammock talking. Portugal said to consider sale of at least 49% of airline TAP. No idea what that is. All right. Oh, dollar. Yeah, those Babas are very, very widespread. And then even the K-Webs, super widespread. You're going to have to let that level out for a little bit. Coca-Cola is up by 4.8. That's the most intraday since 2020. No way. So, yeah, again, Coca-Cola, they had like 7% increase in their margin or something, 700 basis points. Yeah, Intel, I don't know what Intel was. Intel had a pop in the morning. I did not see any headlines on it, but yeah, they are up by 1.9. Baba is partnering with Apple for AI in China and Chinese iPhones. So that was out there in the morning. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. NVIDIA's coming down. Goldman kills IPO diversity pledge with U.S. DEI goals under fire. Coca-Cola raised the dividend? Oh, the prices? Yeah. I think they've had 11 price increases. But again, that reaction is very good. Humana, they did not have a good earnings, but they're up. So watch out for that. And then you got Oklo on the high, and then Myrna. Again, keep in mind, I don't know from yesterday's watch list, if you guys watch what we said about the critical imports, that's it. Yeah, Baidu is going down because they're not getting mentioned in the AI deal with Apple. So again, Apple was working with Baidu at another time. So to go to Baba, that's kind of a loss for them. I don't think they're going to die, but they'll track all the China shit. But if you guys watch yesterday's watch list, literally this is, let's see what happens with these China stocks, man. Again, if you haven't noticed, in 2025, China is the #1 performer. It is kind of wild, actually. Palantir, oh, wow. They went down and then popped back up. My SPY is stuck a little bit. It's moving around a little bit. Just that morning candle. Again, bonds are down too. Remember, we have tariffs. And again, yesterday's video, tariffs are literally the widest and largest they have been so far. But again, the market is taking it there. I did see Tepper bought China. I think we bought it a couple weeks before him. So again, our BABA and our long-term is doing very, very well. But yeah, that value there. But again, people aren't talking about it as much. Apple is up after reports with Alibaba to develop AI features for iPhones in China. That's coming out again. Uber almost 80. I know. Uber's crazy. Again, that Bill Ackman thing. Who was the other one? Corning yesterday? That one did not go at all. And then where is Tesla? Oh, Tesla kind of coming up a little bit. Yeah, the 13Fs. That'll get people excited. Again, there was a lot of hedge fund buying from last week. Again, remember, retail has kind of been the leader. But last week, coming into this week, you got a lot. TEM and DD on the high. TEM's running. U.S. steel and aluminum producers raised tariffs, or are up after tariff raises. EWZ, Brazil. Where's India? India's down. Nike's on the high. Shopify, too. They had earnings. I'm surprised Shopify's not up. They had a high bar, but they're only up 4. They did actually very well. SPY's going up there, too. You're only down a quarter. Russell is the worst on the day. SPY, Dow, NASDAQ pretty much matched up right now. So we'll see. And then Microsoft, see what Apple was a leader there. I don't know where Meta's at. Meta's barely in the red. Amazon, and then again, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's barely down, too. And then Intel's still up. I have no idea what's going on there. Do I think CPI will be hot? I mean, I think it's going to be very odd. Just because, literally, I don't know if you heard people talking about it yet, but people are bringing up how the beginning of the year has the highest inflation. So if you go and look at how we started 2022, 21, 23, even 2024, the inflation kind of spikes in the beginning of the year, and that's because of some of the changes that they make to like the yearly adjustments. So today or tomorrow, CPI is going to be having one of those yearly adjustments. So we'll see. People are expecting it to be hot, but in general, I think it's going to be it'll generally read how it should, but it might be either revised lower or the print of this month is going to come in hotter. So we'll see. But when it's all said and done, I think it's going to be an important one. But right now, as long as it's not too hot, I don't think the market's going to get shocked by it. So again, if it comes in hot, then we have a problem. Again, risk on till rate hikes. You might want to educate yourself on that one. Is it you who's talking about government spending is what's fucking it up? That tracks. That would sounds like me. Nibis on the high. No comment on Bitcoin. I mean, not for now, but I really think Bitcoin is going to start moving once we get the hearings for this like little Bitcoin strategic team or whatever they're doing. They're going to have hearings, and from there, we're going to see what's really going to happen. Otherwise, it's just like the market. Bitcoin's kind of just stayed in this range. SPY near the high still. Again, Apple and I think Microsoft are the best ones. Microsoft's still red. Yeah, Baidu is down off of the Apple news, and then Baba is up again at 113. So it's a nice little balance there if you got both of them. Josh, what's up, baby? Good morning. Who's the other? Where's K-Web? K-Web's the one that's still lagging there. So all the other China names, Pinduoduo is trying to come up. The hearing will be in, if you go look at the title of this video, And as you're gazing at the title of this video, make sure you hit the like button. But Jerome Powell should be on in about 20 minutes. So at 10 a.m. is when we are expecting your boy Jerome Powell. I don't know what the hell is happening with Intel. I'm telling you, I looked in the morning. Let me double check. All right. Why won't it load? Hood. CVS is on the high right now, and then Chewy. You got an interesting mix right now on the high-low ticker. Again, I don't think we've really found a direction yet. I'll get you a checkup in a little bit. I'm checking Intel right now. Because, again, it was like that in the morning, and then we had that Apple Baba news, but then that's it. Nokia. Yeah, I don't see anything still. It's fairly dry. There was some stuff last night, but an opinion, but nothing like official released. JD Vance chip comments. That's it. TM on the high. Left one free. We got some old Intels that came back, and then again the Babas. So we have damn, we have 10 of those? Oh shit, they're up 400%. Yeah, you guys remember those Baba 145s for February? Those are doing very well. And then we have the final K-Webs as well for May, too. Those came up now. Nike popping up. Nike, remember, they got creamed the other day. And now they're literally just, it's been bad on the daily. So this is like the first or second relief day. Yeah, TM is killing it. Again, even any of the steel plays, assuming they're not foreign-based. The foreign-based steel companies went down. The domestic ones went up. Trump did sign the tariffs. Yeah, we're waiting. If any tariff news, we're waiting for the reciprocal tariffs. And this is, I brought this up very briefly on the watch list. But, again, I mean, there's a lot of data on the watch list, too, you should probably check out. But keep in mind, you know, reciprocal tariffs, it is the countries that already have tariffs on us. So Trump is going to now hit back any country that has tariffs on us. So, and even just like yesterday, a lot of people don't realize that yesterday was all about Mexico and Canada in a weird way. But now the other tariffs, we're probably going to be going after Vietnam and India and all of that. Well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm telling you, just at the end of the day, when it comes to this topic, you're going to have a lot of people with very dramatic opinions, and I just strongly doubt, I think a small minority of people are actually like looking at the data rather than just freaking out. Because again, this is, I'm telling you, I didn't even go over all of it. It's a lot. It's intense. I'm telling you, yeah, Vietnam literally has the second amount of highest tariffs. And then India has the highest tariffs on us now. So this chart is just showing you, if we raise tariffs, where do they go for GDP? It's insane, bro. I'm telling you, the reciprocal tariffs is actually intense. Because now we're talking about 30 other nations, and like it has the potential to put like a couple, like Saudi Arabia might go from top to the bottom, and then like it starts to get a little bit crazier. Yeah, I mean, for real, it is all clickbait. It's a lot of details, but then, I mean, I brought it up on the watch list. You need to go watch it. You need to understand this chart so you know how to react in the future. So again, that's all on yesterday's watch list, so check it out if you have time. Russia Emergency Ministry troops neutralize French scalp missile in Kursk region? I don't know what that means. Is this good or bad for the economy? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. You know, that chart really just shows you winners and losers. You know what I'm saying? So for some people, it's going to be a good thing. Like Denmark is going to love it, right? Malaysia, they're going to love it. But other people, they're going to fall. Like Saudi Arabia will be a loser depending on what it is. And then this is just the projection. But then what's the other part of it? All these countries have tariffs on us. what if they decide to lower their tariff? So now if India says, nah, okay, we'll chill, they're going to stay in the number one spot. But again, there's a whole nother point that matters to all of this. Again, check the watch list. You will be prepared. And then NVIDIA back up. We got 2 of those. Intel still, but coming down a little bit. SLQT up 30 after earnings. Where's BABA? They're still holding. NVO, they had earnings the other day, but they've been kind of chilling. I don't know if when Eli already had a good earnings. And then Novartis, they bought somebody. But I don't think anything specific on NVO. Yeah, remember, we're meeting with India on Friday, too. All right, yeah, Powell's going to be at 10 a.m. I got 2 different feeds up ready. Baidu is clapped because of Baba Apple news. So Baba is shot up. Again, this is kind of crazy news, but Apple is partnering with Baba for AI in iPhones, and Baidu's going down because if you remember, people have talked about Baidu also working with Apple on AI in China. So the fact that Baba got like a deal, I think people are instantly selling off Baidu. I don't think it's bad for Baidu in the long run. I love China right now. I mean, I hate communism, and I think social. I even talked to Olivier the other day, but you know, the socialism and the communism is one thing, but again, like David Tepper and a lot of people, I mean, if you are a value investor, again, it's already crazy because China's ran up a lot, but from where we positioned on China, I like it a lot. Again, I think at the right value, it's beautiful there. So, but for now, just ever since the DeepSeek stuff, if you haven't been paying attention, China has gone insane. Alibaba, Baidu, every single one of them, they've all gone crazy. You want me to give you the insight into Baidu and Baba? Honestly, I've held Baba for a couple years now in the long term, and I've held Baidu for a while, so if you don't know at this point, I'm going to defer that responsibility to you. How does that sound? I think that's fair. You've been here for a while too, so take a little Google rabbit hole search and you'll find all the details. Apple is only in China. Tesla going back up. So do you guys know the tinfoil on the Sam Altman offer? It's actually kind of crazy. It's actually kind of wild. So this whole time, Elon wasn't lowballing OpenAI. Elon is trying to mess with Sam Altman. No, I believe the tinfoil. I think it's true. I posted a thread on it. I retweeted it yesterday. Go follow my Twitter, Real Cult News. But no, dude, yeah. It's because I didn't know Sam was trying to sell that controlling stake to himself for $40 billion. So now that there is an open, unsolicited public offer of $90 billion, it brings up a lot of weird questions where it's like, how come then if you have an offer for double what you're willing to sell it for, why wouldn't you sell it? So essentially, it now raises the comps where worst case scenario, even if Sam Altman gets to buy the controlling stake, he has to pay double for it now. Versus that if Elon didn't put in that offer and no one said anything, he might have been able to buy it for $40 billion. And the company is valued at $150 billion. So based on the fundraising. So yeah, it just in a weird way, by Elon putting in that offer now, yeah, Sam might have to spend a lot of money unless the board in which Sam is on the board decides not to. He's not required to take the higher offer, but you can be sued. Because then if you say, I'm doing this again, the company is a nonprofit. It is structured as a public good with a certain incentive. Technically, the nonprofit owns the OpenAI that you could make for profit. So you could call it whatever you want, but the nonprofit owns OpenAI that is monetizable. That is owned by a nonprofit 501c3 as if that shit was a church. It is owned by the nonprofit. They own all the assets and have all rights to it. So that's why it's like, exactly, it's like not necessarily, I don't think this falls under the purview of fiduciary duty, but in the end of the day, it's like if you're saying you want to maximize public good and other things, it does bring, if you have questions, why would you reject a $96 billion offer but take a $50 billion offer or 40? So, yeah, very trolly. But we'll see. Either way, I thought that was interesting when I found that out. I said, ooh, drama. BBAI, yes, sir. It's on the high ticker. A lot of you called that out in the morning. Again, TEM is nonstop. BBI going crazy. You sell the calls you make free whenever you want. Whenever your heart desires, you either go for a three-pointer or you just take the layup. So whatever you decide, whatever your account tells you to do. I have no idea what's going on with Intel, to be honest. I looked several times already. I don't see anything. I'll check again, damn it. But yeah, everything I've seen so far, I'm in quiet. Yeah, people are saying it's Vance comments, but that's it. I don't know if that's it. Those comments came out before. Like the comments came out before and it didn't have that reaction, but then again, just like the other day, remember the quantum news came out and it ran up and then nobody really read into it. So I don't know. Intel, I think loosely you could attach it to the JD Vance comments, but I think there's something else going on, to be honest. But chat is saying, and then a few of you are saying, and that's the only thing I see on Twitter. They're saying JD Vance comments at at the Paris AI Summit. You got 10,000 in the long term, baby. Let's go. Remember, little by little. That's the whole key, man. I had this talk yesterday, and although I'm very excited, and I know some of you are getting both like motivated and hyped, don't forget all of this like success story shit I've been telling you is a result of several years, unfortunately. So just remember, whatever you do with your long term, even if you deposit 10, 20 grand, remember, we didn't grow our account by just putting money in and then the next day it went up. This is going to be a multi-month, multi-year process. So I hope you are prepared for that. And I'm excited for you. That's why I'm here to give you words of caution. But, I think those of you who go out of it with the same intensity and excitement of the long term, with the same reality of being you're prepared to be disappointed and you're not being a crackhead with unreasonable expectations, I think you're going to do very, very well. So just keep that in mind, because I wish it was better. Because I really wish, it sucks that it takes so long, but, don't lose sight of that when you're watching all the people get excited. And, most of the people who are like, Josh, I did it. I bought a house. I did it. It took them years. It literally took them several, like thousands of days. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded, but little by little, man. So that first 10K is going to be the foundation that builds your whole mansion, bro. So just little by little, though, we got to dig down, build it up, foundation, frame it. You're going to take some time, baby. Amen. Netflix on the low, City on the high. I'm patient. Let's go then, baby. Let's get it. Although we have a great journey ahead of us. Amen. Amen. Russia Saratov oil refinery has been suspended for safety reasons after drone attacks. Come on, send it. Banking. All right, should start in 10 minutes. I only have 2 feeds up, and none of them have a visual yet. Took a year, saved enough for the down payment, baby. Let's go. I'm telling you, bro. I'm very excited to hear all of that. And just, dude, it goes a long way. So have that goal. No Airbnb plays, but I kind of want to play it. Not going to lie. Or we just buy it if it drops like the other times. But at the end of the day, it is travel is done very well. Marriott, Hilton, Expedia, everybody's done super good. So I'm assuming it's going to be a good time for them. Buying an apartment, a condo, yeah. I mean, in the right place, but even then, like, you want to go for utility. I think a single family home is better. But if you could get a condo in the right area with the right utility, like really good location, it's not a bad investment. It just all depends. Puts are decent for next week. I feel like it hasn't moved in a long time. That's why I'm like, I don't know if it breaks. It's either going to break out or break down, but they do need again, I don't know the last time they beat Guy. Bro, TEM still? This thing's up 15%? Yeah, so that one from the morning till now, bro. That's it. Trump will beef with Jerome's decision? No, I don't think he cares. So the fact that, like, Scott Bessent was talking about the 10-year and they said they don't care about rates, that's a very big difference than Trump in 2018. I think Trump learned a lot. I think Trump learned a lot from Biden. I know this may freak some of you guys out, but yeah, I think he learned a lot. And I think Trump kind of, with the team he has in place, it's a stupid game to play to try to mess with the Fed. And you literally watch them waste months asking, is the Fed independent? Is the Fed independent? You know what I'm saying? So I really don't think, I think that's why he's just staying out of it. Powell's going to be gone, I promise you, by 2026. I don't think he's going to keep Powell. That's easy. Powell's job is over after this. And then why try to affect the money through Powell in the independent when you could just do it through the Treasury? And that's what I mean. Dude, go look at what fucking Joe Biden did. Joe Biden and Janet Yellen, in a weird way, did more than Jerome Powell, even though Jerome Powell's a piece of shit sometimes with transitory and keeping rate zero. Do you understand that? Because, again, and that's where I think they're doing it. I think Scott Bessent and Powell or Donald Trump, I think they're ignoring Powell because essentially Powell could do whatever you want, but if you could really control it through deficit and Treasury, I mean, who gives a shit what the Fed does? And you don't need to yell at him and tell him to lower rates or anything if you could bring down the 10-year or talk the market down into bringing down the 10-year. It doesn't matter what Jerome Powell does. VIX is going up because you got events. You have Jerome Powell in a couple minutes. You have Jerome Powell tomorrow. Then you got CPI. And then you have reciprocal tariffs on ICE. Or waiting for that after we got tariffs, So it's a very interesting one. Yeah, Intel's at 2077 now. The move to bring down the 10-year is increase labor supply, increase oil supply. And then lower the deficit by not spending a lot. That's literally the plan. It tracks economically. They just have to actually do it. Treasury Bessent to visit Kyiv as Trump seeks minerals. So Scott Bessent is going to Ukraine right now. That's the headline that we are getting. Intel put to call 15,000 to 114? No. No way. Let's see. Holy shit. Yeah, bro. There's 121,000 calls on Intel and 15,000 puts. That's crazy. It's almost 10 to 1 ratio right now of calls to puts on Intel. I have no idea what the headline is, too. So they're saying the J.D. Vance thing, but like I'm saying, the J.D. Vance headline, I'm pretty sure hit before this. So I don't know, but yeah, it's on fire right now. But you got to be careful with the put to call ratios all the time because sometimes it could just be a hedge. You never know, but I mean, that's a very, very large amount. Apple reportedly passed over DeepSeek as Apple Intelligence partner. reviewers like the new Intel chip. Nobody likes the new Intel chip. Okay? No, I don't know. I think Intel, we just, like you said, if we need a good earnings, otherwise it might be a 2026 thing. But either way, I'm down. We'll find. SMCI, remember, they have earnings after the bell today, then BBAI on the high, and then Dell. SPY hasn't moved, man. Again, we have Powell in 3 minutes. I don't know why. Tell me why he ain't nothing but Jerome Powell. Tell me why I never want to hear you say I'll raise the race today. Tell me why you ain't nothing but transitory. Tell me why I thought it was muted. My bad. Okay. Get ready. You say I want not to. Yeah, I don't know. Everything. Usually we got visual before then, but now it's just chilling. Yeah, Scott Besson, again, he's going to Kyiv. High ticker, I mean, there's a lot of names, low key, but keep in mind what's on the low ticker. I see YPF to TTD. The industries are a little mixed. I'll get you guys a checkup here in about a minute, but let's get through this. No, I don't think it'll be a continual reschedule. This is like a congressional thing, so they have it like intact. Tell me why. Nvidia. Let me see. I think Intel's a wild one. So again, I mean, be careful. Nvidia's coming down. I mean, remember, chips did have their first rally there after a while. I want it that way. Thanks to that lift, we'll use Mobileye. There's just so many reasons. That's all I'm saying is that they have so many different answers as to why Intel's doing that today, from the JD Vance to that comment. But I don't know, something then SPY. Powell comments, we do not need to be in a hurry to adjust policy. Policy is well positioned to deal with risks and uncertainties. So again, his written statements are coming out. This is going to neuter the move. Can maintain policy for longer if remains strong, does not move towards 2%. Can ease policy if labor market unexpectedly weakens or falls more quickly. You've heard that before, but market's taking that bullish. U.S. economy strong. Inflation is closer to 2, but still somewhat elevated. Unemployment rate is low and steady. Labor market is solid and not a source of inflationary pressure. No, I've read good, but it's the same exact statement. It's going to give you the pop, but him saying we could lower rates because of labor, market likes to hear that, but that's not new. Fed framework review will not include a focus on inflation target, which will remain 2. Fed will wrap up framework review by late summer. And then comments included in prepared testimony. Yeah, it does not need to rush on rate cuts. I think it's going to be a dud, like I've been telling you from last night. Oh, Elizabeth Warren's going to be there. All right. All right. Let's see. I got 2 of these. I'm going to see which one's fast. He's not out yet. Again, pre-written statements have came out. I think it's going to be a dud. Market may like it. Again, the fact that he could lower rates on the jobs, but everything sounds exactly the same. He even batted it up by saying the labor market.
This committee will come to order.
There. All right, I got this.
Chair Powell, thank you for being with us today. I appreciate your willingness to have a chat with us about some of the really important issues facing. Good morning. Without question, the Federal Reserve will come to order. Serves a critical role in the function with us today. Appreciate your the global economy. You have the ability to influence markets and directly impact the financial future of hundreds of millions of Americans. That is why the Federal Reserve is supposed to be an independent institution free from politics.
That's why you guys cut rates ahead of the election.
Reality, the Fed has been susceptible to political pressure. Take, for example, the Fed's involvement in the Network for Greening the Financial System, a group dedicated to green financing and climate change, which the Fed joined in December 2020 as President Biden was about to assume office. Just last month, the Fed announced that it had pulled out of the organization as President Trump was getting ready to be sworn in. To the American people, this is flip-flopping in the political wind. Too much focus on climate change instead of supervision is consequential.
Oh, dude, you get ready.
Just 2 years
you guys, they're going to talk about DEI. Again, if that was the pre-written statement, I mean, good luck. I'm listening if anything happened. Tesla flushing.
Not a single federal
but yeah, bro, this is going to be no, I can almost guarantee it now.
Filed a lawsuit against bank executives which accused the SVB of
oil dumping, check rumors.
Management. And I agree. How is it?
Whoa. Yeah, big candle on oil. I don't have a headline yet. Be on lookout. I see the oil Russian stuff earlier.
That never had timely action at SVB. How can the people who are supposed to be our cops on the beat have not faced any recourse for such egregious failures? I simply don't understand. We must all address the fact.
Take a look at oil. I mean, SPY's coming down, but that's the only thing I see moving right now.
Have devastated, decimated, and destroyed hardworking families' ability
dollar hasn't moved yet.
Themselves. During Joe Biden's time in office, overall prices rose by over 20%. Energy prices,
DHR on the low.
Transportation costs,
SPY's coming down
31%.
Now. This isn't off of Powell.
Groceries, 22%. But that's not all. Thanks to Bidenomics, 2/3 of
Canada's dropping too. It could be something there.
$1,000. Less than $1,000 in their savings accounts. But there is good news. Things are going to get better. During his first term, President Trump kept his promises to the American people. In the first 3 years of his
Pindo do on the high.
President Trump built the most inclusive
best in
economy
Sikhs
ever.
to visit
7 million
Kyiv.
jobs created, and 2/3 went to women, African Americans, and Hispanics. It's time to once again make America's economy work for the folks working paycheck to paycheck. Joe Biden broke our economy, and Donald Trump will fix it. For too long, bank regulators have followed a black box regulatory framework with little to no recourse. The FDIC, under President Trump's leadership, recently released never-before-seen supervisory documents which confirmed that Biden's Operation Choke Point 2.0 was real, despite assurances that these unacceptable practices would end following the Democrats' first Operation Choke Point 1.0. We are seeing an unfair playing field that results in disastrous consequences for legal businesses and law-abiding citizens. On one hand, if you were in the private sector and you do your job poorly, you would face consequences, reprimands, suspensions, or even being fired. But if you are within the walls of the federal government, such as a bank regulator, you will face no consequences for your actions, even if you pressure a bank to cut off services to digital asset firms, political figures, and conservative.
Why, dude, the dollar's not moving at all. Again, Canada and oil, the only thing that moved on that. Bonds coming up now.
Fairness
Low ticker got a little active, but everything generally the same.
2 years,
you're just back to opening candle top of it.
This committee, I have consistently argued
I'm here, Big Mark. What's up,
KC? Will raise costs and limit credit access for hardworking Americans. And while I'm glad this proposal was not finalized, the uncertainty surrounding Basel III forced banks to put capital on the sidelines, limiting access to that capital for local small businesses across our country. Now, as chairman, I plan to work to rectify the issues of the Biden administration. Chairman Powell, I look forward to hearing from you on the Federal Reserve's future and the plans that you have for right-sizing the financial regulatory framework, specifically around Basel III. To create jobs here in America, we need to make sure there's capital and liquidity in the market. And we also
no, I don't think the job buyout affects
even
the
those growing up
Powell and rates
like I did, to know that they can access the capital necessary to start new businesses, grow existing
bonds
businesses,
going down again. Oil still flushing.
Pursue their American dream.
Like I'm saying, I think Canada's the only one moving right now, but this just seems like normal market stuff. Low ticker picking up again. SPY still dropping.
Independent agency like the Fed for liberal positions from debanking crypto, bank stress test, and the green financing scheme is not calling balls and strikes as a fair referee. And I hope that we are getting ready to clean that slate, start afresh, and focus on a healthy economy. Ranking Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, it is no secret that you and I disagree on the need for strong bank regulation, on monetary policy.
Oh, she's going to rip him.
And on the Fed's
get ready.
stock trading scandals. We have sharp differences, but I believe you are a principled public servant who cares about this country. We are at an unprecedented moment. Our financial systems
PDYN
are facing
flushing.
huge risks from the economic chaos of President Trump and his co-president Elon Musk. From on-again, off-again tariffs to on-again, off-again layoffs for tens of thousands of government workers, to on-again, off-again cuts in domestic grain purchases, to on-again, off-again support. If Musk and his OMB director succeed in killing the CFPB, it's like putting a sign on every checking account, every credit card, every mortgage application, and every car loan. Cops have been fired. Let the scams begin. That is not all. Musk and his Doge crew are also rooting through the Treasury's most important payment systems, the financial plumbing that ensures that billions of payments go through.
Is this the first time Powell's been asked about Musk?
Social Security checks to grants for community health centers. No one has verified how they got this access or what they are doing with it. No one has checked whether Americans' financial data has been copied or sold for the personal profit of Mr. Musk. Instead, we've had a series of misleading and conflicting statements by Treasury Secretary Bessent. After receiving public blowback,
she's going after him now.
It appears that Secretary Bessent is now trying to throw the Federal Reserve under the bus. Secretary Bessent claims that Doge can't meddle with the Treasury's payment systems because ultimately the Fed is in control. Now, I'm not sure whether Secretary Bessent doesn't understand how the system works or if he's just trying to shift the blame to you. But I know he is wrong. The Fed simply executes the transactions that Treasury instructs.
Oh, it was unhalted Firefly.
Elon and his
I
hackers,
think
for example,
somebody was mentioning Firefly deal today.
Choke off payments
they have a partnership.
Or if they issue instructions to shut down payment for teachers' aides for kids with special needs, the Fed may have no way of knowing that the instructions were manipulated, and the Fed may have no legal method to override them. Chair Powell, the next 18 months may define your legacy and the country's trust in the Fed as an institution. I expect that you will work with Democrats and Republicans in Congress.
Well, Powell hates her.
Next move
just
is
FYI.
to commandeer the Fed's payment system.
There's a lot of tension. They hate each other.
Not join the conspiracy
Make a good couple.
to shutter the CFPB. Unlike the Treasury payment instructions, you can see if the CFPB's funding requests have been manipulated. I understand that some extremists have a different view about what the law ought to be, but under the law right now, impoundment is clearly illegal. Do not make the Federal Reserve an accomplice to this illegal act and forever sully the reputation of the Fed.
Elizabeth, do you still think you should cut rates? I know we haven't addressed that yet. I'm confused.
We are in the middle of a crisis as Elon Musk tries to take over our government. But let's also talk for just a minute about your day-to-day job, meeting the Fed's mandate of promoting maximum employment and stable prices. It's now clear that the Fed acted too late and let inflation get too high, and then responded by keeping rates too high for too long.
So you think we should cut rates?
These policies made the big drivers of inflation, like housing costs, even worse.
That's a lie.
And
it was government spending.
Jobs at risk.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lie. And your politicians should be more educated than that.
To be able to finance their operations.
It's very simple. Your house prices went up because of government spending. It wasn't because of anything else. $4 trillion between Trump and Biden. That's what made houses go up.
You can move quickly when it is politically expedient. After President Trump was elected, within the space of just a few weeks, you scrubbed seemingly all mention of diversity and inclusion from the
This is what it's going to be about, yeah, bro.
You withdrew from an international central bank group that shares information on climate-related risks.
If you can't hear, you're free to go anywhere else. And I hope they brainwash you with bad ideology, and you'll ignore the long term. But yeah, you'll figure it out.
To gut big bank stress tests. I can see the immediate political appeal of your strategy, but ultimately it will fail. You will lose good people. Climate catastrophes will continue to mount. And the increasing vulnerability
you're going to hear this a lot, bro.
Will threaten our entire economy.
They're literally going to complain about this
Donald
a lot.
Trump may be happier with you right now, but wading deeper into politics to please him over the long run will burn the reputation and the independence of the Fed and put our entire economy at risk. I urge you, don't fall into these traps. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
so should we cut rates again or not,
Chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, on the semi-annual.
So again, what he's about to say, you've already heard.
Chair Powell, thank you for your testimony today.
So it shouldn't move the market much. Again, the employment thing sounded good, but it's the same.
And other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions have cooled from their formerly overheated state and remain solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer-run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. We are attentive to the risks on both sides of our mandate. I will review the current economic situation before turning to
Meta's about to go green.
Policy. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose 2.5% in 2024, bolstered by resilient consumer spending. Investment in equipment and intangibles appears to have declined in the fourth quarter, but was solid.
It's weird, bonds are moving.
Year overall. Following weakness in the middle of last year, activity in the housing sector seems to have stabilized. In the labor market, conditions remain solid and appear to have stabilized. Payroll job gains averaged 189,000 per month over the past 4 months. Following earlier increases, the unemployment rate has been steady now since the middle of last year, and at 4% in January remains low. Nominal wage growth has eased.
I appreciate all your guys' feedback.
And the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The strong labor market conditions in recent years have helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups.
Trump.
Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-term goal. PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in December,
Yeah,
and
Trump is
excluding the
tweeting about
volatile
Doge.
food and energy
He said
categories,
it's a campaign
core
promise.
PCE prices rose 2.8%.
Because Elizabeth Warren
Longer-term
just
inflation
started this
expectations
off by
appear to
yelling at
remain
him.
well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to
Hell yeah, I
promote
hope they
maximum
get
employment
brainwashed.
and stable prices for
Think
the
about it.
American
That's
people.
it. You get mad at me, you go
Since
somewhere
last
else.
September, the FOMC
In a year,
lowered
you're
the
going to have a
policy
prop
rate by a
fund,
full percentage
no
point
long
from its
term,
peak,
and then
after
you
having
become prey
maintained
for
the
the
target
predators.
range for the federal
So
funds
please,
rate at
be my
5.25
guest.
to 5.5% for 14 months.
Shout out to Twitch.
That recalibration of our policy stance was appropriate in light of the progress on inflation and the cooling in the labor market. Meanwhile, we've continued to reduce our securities holdings. With our policy stance now significantly less restrictive than it had been, and the economy remaining strong, we do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance.
This whole time, that was a crazy one.
We know that
Good shit.
reducing policy restraint too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation.
Again, this is all
At
pre-written.
the same time,
So the market
reducing
already
policy
takes
restraint
this. His
too-
weird
too
bonds went
slowly
down.
or too little
SPY getting back
could
to when this
unduly
came out.
weaken economic activity and employment. In considering the extent
Yeah,
and
Trump
timing
tweeting
of
on the
additional
other
adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the FOMC will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. As the economy evolves, we will adjust
Trump's
our
tweeting
policy
about Doge.
stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains
Bradley
strong
Frizzle!
and inflation does not continue to move
Amen,
sustainably
no.
toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated,
This
we
was
can
the
ease
line, look.
policy accordingly.
That line is what
We
gave
are
you the
attentive
first
to
pop,
risks
and then even the
on
bonds
both
on that.
sides of our dual mandate, and policy
But
is
that's
well
old.
positioned
I
to
think
deal
the
with the
algos
risks
just like
and
to hear it.
uncertainties that we face. This year, we are conducting the second periodic review of our monetary policy strategy, tools, and communications, the framework used to pursue our congressionally mandated assigned goals of maximum employment and stable prices. The focus of this review is on the FOMC's Statement on Longer-Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy, which articulates the committee's approach to monetary policy, and on the committee's policy communication tools. The committee's 2% longer-run inflation goal will be retained and will not be a focus of the review. Our review will
AIFF
include
again.
outreach and public
Small
events
cap was running
involving
earlier.
a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. We will take on board lessons of the past 5 years and adapt our approach where appropriate to best serve the American people to whom we are accountable. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. Let me conclude by emphasizing that at the Fed, we'll do everything we can to achieve our dual mandate goals that Congress has set
He stuttered.
for
Bull
monetary
bearish.
policy. We remain
J&J, that's
committed to
another value
supporting
name I've seen.
maximum
J&J's
employment,
actually kinda
bringing
running.
inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation
Check
expectations
Staples,
well
but
anchored.
J&J kind of breaking
Our
out.
success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans.
Yeah, I
We
think that's
understand that
individual
our actions
news.
affect communities,
No
families,
headline
and
yet.
businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Okay. It's live from here on out now.
Thank you, Chairman Powell.
So they're going to grill him, but
Certainly
anything he
your
says
words
from
and your
here,
actions have
this
a
is what we
global
are looking for.
impact. You have the opportunity and responsibility of leading this country in the right direction economically, and I thank you for your commitment to having a conversation with all of us about how you do that well. You and I had a conversation yesterday. Some of it was frustrating. Some of it was illuminating.
Palantir
but in the
flushing.
end, my goal is to make sure that the American people, and specifically those working paycheck
No
to paycheck,
headline.
have more opportunities to succeed, not fewer. You have said that the Fed is not against innovation, and banks are perfectly able to serve crypto customers as long as they
And
understand.
Starbucks on the high.
and can
Palantir's still
manage the
kind of
risks.
flushing. Down
Yet
$2.
you have admitted that the threshold has been a little higher for banks engaging in crypto activities. Last week, I held a hearing on debanking and once again heard that federal banking agencies, in particular the Fed, use reputational risk as a tool to encourage the debanking of certain legal industries and law-abiding citizens for political reasons not tied to safety and soundness. Debanking is a top priority for this committee, and it certainly is for me, and one that I believe is a bipartisan issue. Will you commit to working with this committee to end debanking, including working with the new Vice Chair of Supervision, once appointed, to revise the Federal Reserve supervision manuals to remove reputational risk as a tool to weigh in on political topics?
So there's another chip maker doing good. Again,
I'm
Intel
happy
the
to
video.
make that commitment.
Thank you, sir. Accountability is very important. I would like to think accountability is a priority for everyone, especially the Fed, given that failures in Fed supervision can result in the loss of billions of dollars. Yet following the failure of the Silicon Valley Bank,
Apple breaking out still, and dude, Intel's about to go to 21. There's a lot of headlines, but we just don't know what it is.
Of interest rate and liquidity
yeah, that's still going. Chips are doing great.
We have yet to see any regulators be held accountable, and as you recall, that was a point of my frustration.
They're going back to the banking
questions. As a guy who
questions.
spent a lot of time in the private sector,
look at KRE
running a few businesses, I can tell you that accountability is a necessary part
Powell
of
commit to
making
work
the
to help
entire
end
organization
debanking.
healthier and perform its job as well as possible. I'm encouraged that the FDIC has begun the process of holding SVB executives accountable. That's good news. But no Fed employee has been fired, put on probation, put on performance improvement plan, all of which would be expected in the private sector, as I just mentioned, for employee failure. Please explain to me why Fed employees are held to a different standard from my perspective than everyone else, and what are you planning to do to take accountability for Fed failures in supervision?
Microsoft, Larry Summers
We've
says
actually done quite a
has
lot
not received Musk bid.
in response to the events associated with Silicon Valley Bank. So we've done many, many things. In terms of specific accountability, what we found was this was not a case of malfeasance or nonfeasance so much. It was a case of people were carrying out a specific playbook that failed to cause us to act in time for these things. So it wasn't actually particularly fair to the employees to say you violated our practices in some way. That wasn't really what happened. What happened was, I would say, a lot of focus on process and on governance and controls, and not enough focus on basic bread and butter banking, credit risk, liquidity risk, interest rate risk, things like that. So as we discussed yesterday, we took very substantial steps to avoid further spread of those issues, and that was successful. But I understand your point.
I know, bro. Baba Lontar.
This is one of the areas where you see the approach to looking at safety and soundness.
Mike Johnson met with Elon Musk on Monday, says White House.
When really documented, but no action was taken, that leads me to the conclusion that individual employees, supervisors, should have been held accountable for that. I'll move on, though. In the past, you've supported tailoring regulations so that we ensure banks of different sizes thrive and to preserve our diverse banking system. Will you commit to working with me as chairman to make sure that financial regulations do not impose more burden than is necessary? And I'll say that this comes after a number of conversations with community banks and regional banks that have continued to stress that the cost of the regulatory framework around them isn't just harsh, it's oppressive. Larger banks suggest that
eBay
the cost
on the high.
per employee for the regulatory framework is $10,000 per employee.
A couple of staples still going.
I think we can do better, and would love to hear
eBay
your
is
thoughts
on
on
news. Intel breaking out still 21.
First of all, I will commit to working with you on that. We do try to avoid excessive burden. I think it's fair to take a fresh look frankly, on debanking. I think we all see, both in your hearing and in the one on the House side, we hear a lot of people talking about that.
Yeah, KRE, this whole time, this is Senate banking. KRE has actually been running
we don't
on all of it, and chips, and then bonds into the low.
Do these things, but sometimes regulation leads things to happen, and we need to be working on that.
I appreciate that, and I'll turn it over to the ranking member. I'll say this. After having a number of conversations with CEOs of banks around the country, one of the things that was made clear to me with specific statement from the CEOs is that the regulatory OCC and other regulatory agencies said specifically to debank certain industries, and that is the point that I'm making, and one that I think we have to solve. If it's legal in America to do business, we should do our part to make sure
running ahead of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, no.
So over the weekend, Co-President Musk and Acting Director Vought effectively shut down the CFPB. No more cop on the beat looking out for a family of 4 in South Carolina facing an illegal foreclosure. No more cop on the beat looking out for your grandma whose bank account has just been taken over by a scammer. No more cop on the beat looking out for people getting ripped off by giant credit card companies that are charging illegal junk fees. It also means that the CFPB is no longer doing one of its most important jobs, examining big banks to root out illegal conduct before it happens, or at least stop it before more people get hurt.
Yeah, like SVB.
Chair Powell, if the CFPB isn't on the job right now, then who is administering J.P. Morgan
so if we spend
or
all
Wells
the money and put them
Fargo's
there, we'll stop it before it
consumer
happens.
compliance exams to ensure that they are following the law?
Senator, I believe that, and you would know, that Dodd-Frank moved all authority for
He's gonna rip her. He hates her.
examinations in the consumer space
He's
to
gonna
the
diss her
CFPB.
nicely.
We still have some jurisdiction.
We'll talk about that in a sec. But the answer
He said we
to
can
my
help
question,
technically
please,
if you want,
if the CFPB
Elizabeth.
is not there examining these giant banks to make sure they are following the laws on not cheating consumers, who is doing that job?
I can say no other federal regulator.
No one, in other words. So thanks to co-president Musk and CFPB acting
She
director
likes the
vote,
co-president.
Wall Street banks
What up,
no
D-Walk?
longer have to show the bank examiners that they're not illegally opening accounts people didn't ask for, like happened with Wells Fargo, or charging illegal junk fees like the Bank of America did. But CFPB has jurisdiction only on banks that have more than $10 billion in assets. So what's happening in thousands of community banks all around the country, those that have less than $10 billion in assets? So, Chair Powell, as you know, the Fed oversees
Bonds are
consumer
bouncing. There's no real
compliance
headline. He
for
did say
state
avoid excessive
member
burden on
that
banks,
have
but
less
that's
than
it.
$10 billion
And then
in
you were already
assets.
running there with the NASDAQ. You
Has
might break
the
out.
Fed suspended consumer
See if that moves,
compliance
though. If bonds
exams
follow through, that'll
for
be
those
the banking
smaller
comment.
banks?
If not,
or is the Fed
just a move.
still on the job to make sure that those smaller
Yeah,
banks
SPY's going. Bonds
are
not-
following
is not doing it with
consumer
it.
financial laws?
Still on the job, business as usual.
All right. By forcing the CFPB not to do its job, President Trump, Elon Musk, and the author of Project 2025, Russ Vought, are giving Wall Street banks an unlimited get-out-of-jail-free card so they can cheat working families, even while community banks
They just got rid of
continue
the
to
carried
play by the
interest
rules.
loophole. How
You
is
know,
that?
For
Wall Street
any
hates that,
Americans
Elizabeth.
who have money deposited
probably hate it,
at
Elizabeth.
J.P. Morgan or Wells Fargo or any other of the giant banks, they should now know that there is
No,
no
for real,
one
though, like,
on the
I don't-
job
like,
to
seriously.
make sure that those banks are not
They literally
scamming
enacted
you.
a tax law
Only
the other day
smaller banks
that goes
now have
directly
a
against
cop
the
on
interest
beat
of rich
to
people
make
and
sure
big
that
banks.
they aren't cheating consumers. You know, if I have my money in one of those giant banks, I might
Girl, we don't
think
have as
about
much
going
money
to
as
a
you.
smaller bank where the protection, at least right now, is a whole lot
I just
better.
put my accounts in the 250,
Now, at
baby
the
girl.
same
You'll be
time
okay.
that the CFPB
That's how
is
you-
under
why is she
attack,
acting?
the Fed is buckling to pressure from Wall Street to erase other safeguards for the too-big-to-fail banks. During the first Trump administration, under your leadership, the Fed weakened the big bank stress tests, including by giving the big banks some of the answers to the test in advance. I called you out on it, but you promised right here in this committee that you would not give those banks the whole answer key. I'm going to quote you back. You said, complete knowledge of the models could lead to a model monoculture in which all firms have similar internal stress testing models, which could increase the correlation of risk in the system and miss key idiosyncratic risks faced by the firms. I agreed with you. But
nothing has really been said on bonds. I mean, this is just the market. I think it's chips and staples going up. NASDAQ was leading it.
All of the
I'll get you a
answers
checkup here
over
right
the
now.
giant banks. Chair Powell, why is the Fed about to propose a rule that directly contradicts your own testimony and, in your own words, would render the stress tests toothless?
Senator, in essence, because the ground has shifted very substantially in administrative law, and we actually want the stress test to remain resilient to that, and so we're making changes to accomplish that.
Well, the changes are changes you've identified earlier as making those tests toothless. Look, the big banks are going to juice shareholder payouts and leave this economy more vulnerable to a crash. The Fed is knuckling under to bank lobbyists.
You just wanted them to have lower rates in September, Elizabeth.
Suffer.
I'm so confused.
Wall Street will get bailed
the rate
out.
cut you advocated made margin
Chair
cheaper
Powell,
and made
to
homes
serve
more
Main Street
expensive.
instead of Wall Street.
You know that, right,
Don't weaken
Elizabeth?
these rules.
So for 4 months from September
Thank
to
you.
the end
Senator
of the year,
Rounds.
you made it 100 basis points more
and Mr.
expensive
Chairman,
for a 30-year
thank you for coming
mortgage.
before the committee. I appreciate the
Meanwhile,
opportunity
it
to
became
visit with you.
almost
I've
0.5%
got a series
cheaper
of
to
questions, but
leverage if you
would
were a
like
big
to
bank.
give you an opportunity, if you would like. The
I don't know if she
suggestion that the
knows.
ranking member has
But
made
yeah, Dow
here
Jones,
is
you
that
got
the big
19
banks
red,
can now
11 in the
scam
green.
Individuals
NASDAQ.
right now. Any change in the laws
Please hold.
regarding how they're supposed to be
40
treating
green,
the individual
60 red.
consumers out there, or anything along that line?
Law changes? No, I'm not aware of any
Any
law
changes, any rules that they would have to follow?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are they still audited, and do they still have the regulators in watching all of their businesses
spy's not
just
loading.
as they did before?
Well, they'd have all the regulators except
5,
for the
171
CFPB.
green, 330
If,
red. So
in
most
fact,
of the market is
in
red
the
today still.
hypothetical, the CFPB
But
were
you're
carrying
on the
that.
cusp of going
Anything
green
else
on
you'd like to
everything
add
except
before we
Russell.
move on?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we continue to prioritize the stability and the resilience of our financial system, the ongoing Basel III rulemaking process has remained front and center in shaping our regulatory framework. I guess I was rather outspoken with my opposition to the original proposal, and further work was stalled at the end of the last year. I guess my question for you today, sir, is could you provide an update on the Federal Reserve's progress in finalizing the Basel III endgame rulemaking process?
I'd be glad to. So we remain committed to completing Basel III endgame. We think it's good for U.S. banks, it's good for our economy that there be a global standard beneath which foreign banks can't fall. And that was one of the big ideas behind the whole Basel Committee approach. So where it sits now is we await leadership arriving at the OCC and the FDIC, and that seems to be happening. And when that happens, we're going to sit down with them and work our way through to a Basel III endgame proposal. And I think we can do this reasonably quickly, one that is compliant, consistent with the Basel requirements, and also consistent with what other large jurisdictions are doing. I'm optimistic that we can do that fairly quickly, and we're committed to doing that.
We always wanted our banks to be competitive with European banks, and I'm just curious, the original proposal that was in front of you, and I'd like your thoughts on this, it was estimated to increase our bank's capital by 19%, which I think may very well have created a potential disadvantage within the U.S. institutions versus our European counterparts. With any new proposal, what's your thoughts? Would you make a commitment that this would be a neutral approach with regard to capital?
The main commitment I'll make is we'll work together with new leadership at the other banking agencies to do something. But that's certainly, you know, I've said many times in this committee that I think that the level of capital in the little largest banks is about
was when he says no Basel.
And so
if he says he's going to entertain it, that's not good.
In that
But
area.
it's all minor.
Our
This isn't
expectation
really
would be, and the
big
markets would expect that it would be neutral with regard to capital.
In that range, but I want to defer to our new colleagues and get their views as well. But that's a good starting place.
Okay, thank you. The Federal Reserve's partnership with the U.S. Treasury plays a central role in supporting our nation's payment infrastructure, which processes a vast range of daily transactions, from federal benefit disbursements to debt obligations. Could you outline the Federal Reserve's role in supporting and
Regionals are
managing
going
the
up on that,
Treasury's
though.
payment systems, including
So bonds don't like
how
it,
the
but
Fed
regionals
works
still,
to
ever
keep these
since this
systems
started,
secure,
KRE going crazy.
efficient, and capable of handling the government's high volume of daily transactions?
So it's a complicated set of arrangements, and I'll try to summarize quickly. Effectively, Congress authorized spending.
High
and then
ticker
the
going again,
agencies
bonds at
carry
low.
out those spending orders, and when the way they do that is they send an order to pay
Canada rebound.
a payee, a
I don't think,
recipient,
and then
to
oil's the only
Treasury
victim
Department.
in the last hour, but
Upstream before it gets
everything
to
else
the
is chilling.
Fed. all of these
Except for the
decisions are
yen.
made about, is this an appropriate order? Is this payee on the don't pay list and all those things? Once all of that is set, it comes to the Fed, and by that I mean 4 or so of the reserve banks, and we actually make the payment. We take the money out of the Treasury General account and we make the payment. We make no judgments whatsoever. Those are all made upstream from us. And we are,
Contact
in fact,
YouTube.
fiscal
I don't handle
agent
any of it.
of the Treasury.
Confirm for me today, is the system safe today?
I believe it is, and
Okay.
I will tell you, we
good. That
are
could have been
very
bad.
strongly committed to the integrity, efficacy, resilience, and all those things of this system. And people do depend on this in a big way, and we're committed to that.
One last question for you, sir. The failure of Silicon Valley Bank, and the chairman brought this up. I'm just curious, recognizing a lot of banks out there looked at this, it cost the other banks in the system a lot of money to pick up the costs involved in the losses.
You want me to remind them to repent? I don't
Nobody's
want
been
to.
fired, but
Let them
you did
free them
indicate
to the wolves.
that it
I
was
don't
a
care.
failure in the playbook.
I hope they get brainwashed,
Has
all
the
of them.
playbook been revised,
bless.
or can we expect that
Harvest
it will
is
be
plenty.
revised?
In a lot of ways, it's been revised, yes. I can go into some details. I mean, one thing that didn't happen was, for example, the supervisors didn't follow through aggressively enough on things that they'd said. If they'd done that could well have been enough to stop it. But a lot of it was just not focusing enough directly on what was a very large amount of interest rate risk, a large portfolio of long-term securities matched up with an unstable funding base. And somehow people
Playbook
wrote
with
about
SVB
that.
revised.
Not the Fed, but others wrote publicly about this. But somehow we don't expect bank runs outside of a crisis in this country, and that's what that was. It was a bank run, and bank runs are incredibly damaging. I think everyone learned a lot from that and is determined to do better.
Interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is one that I think, as you
See, so while they're
appropriately
blaming
pointed out, I
him
think
for
this is an area
regulators and
where
all that, he's just
a lot
calling
more
it a bank run.
questions are out there yet.
I mean,
And
we
think
already
if
knew
it's the
that,
playbook
but
that was
again,
the problem, I think perhaps
this all
a
started with
discussion about
criticism
how
of
that playbook
banking
has been revised would be
regulations and
appropriate in the future. Thank you,
finding
Mr.
stuff
Chairman.
before they happened.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto.
Chairman Powell, thank you, and thank you always for the conversations in between these hearings as well. Let me focus on a couple of things of concern, and you touched on a little bit of this, and I think this is important to clarify. There was a change in the law when the CFPB was created. The CFPB examines the banks and enforces the law, whereas the Fed only supervises those banks. Is that correct? Or how would you determine that relationship?
Sounds like a trap.
With the CFPB, so Dodd-Frank
can't
took
tell.
a lot of the consumer compliance jurisdiction away from the other banking agencies and gave it to a newly created agency, the CFPB. We retained a residual amount of that, as we just discussed, which was banks under $10 billion in assets. But the CFPB essentially took all of that when Dodd-Frank came into being.
So as it was created, when you two were working together, the Federal
bash.
Reserve collaborated
And then New
with the
High.
Consumer Bureau
And then
when
Bob is breaking
supervising
out
those
again.
large banks,
Remember,
correct?
Apple China
Yes,
News
we
was in the
still
morning.
retain
Meta went green.
supervision over all the holding companies and also of Fed member banks.
And let me ask you this then, does the Federal Reserve enforce consumer protection laws now for things like money transmitters?
Not for money.
That would be the consumer
for
protection,
Fed
that would be
member banks.
CFPB?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
And
right.
so when we're talking about collaborating with the CFPB for financial technology firms, what would the Fed Reserve now do that if the CFPB, if the hypothetical is the CFPB no longer exists, what would be the Fed's role right now with respect to technology firms?
We don't have jurisdiction over, we have jurisdiction over banks and some
And
financial
that's
market
it.
utilities.
So let me ask you this, because I know there's a number of Nevadans who file consumer reports of concerns about fraud and predators with the CFPB. The Fed Reserve doesn't receive those reports, correct?
GE and
No,
other
I don't
staples.
believe
And you have no
or
role when
utility
it comes to
breaking out.
consumer protection like the CFPB does, correct?
Unless you're a Fed member bank that has 10 billion or
And
less in
IBM.
assets, then we have jurisdiction
Right.
on a
So there
consumer.
is a gap. If the hypothetical is true, and what we're hearing, that the CFPB is being shut down, there is a gap, what we're hearing in enforcement out there, and particularly when it comes to consumer protection. Is that, would you say that's true?
Yes, for all banks that we don't
Yeah.
supervise.
And I think
Yeah.
that's the concern we're all having right now, is this concern of when we're looking to streamline government, and listen, I'll be the first to tell you, there's a lot of bloat. We need to streamline it. We need to
she seems like a more reasonable
overreach,
Elizabeth.
But there's a strategic way to do it, and not this burn down the house that is going to harm people across the country, including in my state, those Nevadans that are looking for some sort of enforcement around consumer protection law. So that's what you're hearing from many of us on our side of the aisle here.
Can I just very briefly add that we do have some residual enforcement authorities, but what we don't have is examination authority, and for the banks that the CFPB supervises.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, and
I think
we
Warren
talked
is
about
just
this
what
over the phone,
happens when
and I
you get
understand,
a Karen and
may be
pay them
difficult
millions of
to
dollars to
answer this,
become a
but
Karen. Do you see what I'm saying?
The
It's not
Federal
your
Reserve
typical
Board members
Karen.
have been clear that future
She's like
interest rate cuts are
ballin'
unlikely to
Karen.
happen despite the strong economy. But there are folks in my home that are in my state that are waiting to buy a home. And we know that's still an issue, the high prices right now for home affordability. You add the interest rates to it, it is a problem. So do you think it's most likely that interest rates will remain above 6%
Listen to
this
this.
year, or can you
This is a good
even
question.
address that?
You know, so overall, the economy is strong, growing 2.5% last year. The labor market is also very solid. Unemployment at 4%, of quite a low level. Inflation last year was 2.6% for the year. So we're in a pretty good place with this economy. We want to make more progress on inflation, and we think our policy rate is in a good place, and we don't see any reason to be in a hurry to reduce it further. As it relates to housing, so it's true that mortgage rates have remained high, but that's not so directly related to the Fed's rate. It's really related more to long-term bond rates, particularly the Treasury.
So you just punted the responsibility of real estate to
for reasons
the Treasury and Trump,
particularly
low-key, with that
closely
answer.
related to Fed policy.
So
They
we're
may
talking about the
remain
long
high.
end of the curve.
I think,
He's saying we don't do that.
There's
He
once
never
we
said that
lower
before.
rates and kind of rates return to a lower level, mortgage rates will come down. I don't know when that'll happen. And even when it does happen, we're still going to have a housing shortage in many places.
Thank you. Chairman Powell, thank you again for being here.
So again, the rate cut question,
ma'am.
or rates how they
Next will be
are,
Senator
same
Kennedy.
one, and then real estate kind of leaning
Thank you,
towards
Mr.
punting
Chairman.
towards
Thank
long
you,
end of the
Mr.
curve,
Chairman,
and
for being
Powell
here.
and Treasury, or excuse me, Trump and Treasury.
Okay.
My friend, our ranking member, said that you are knuckling under to the big bank lobbyists. Is that true?
No.
It seems to me that the big picture should not go unnoticed. Do you recall a year or two ago
What
when
is he going to say?
inflation was raging? I think its peak was about 9%.
He watches the watch list.
Many economists and other experts, based in part on history, said that you were going to have to provoke high unemployment and
No, he's going to be nice to him.
put our country into recession in order to get inflation down. Do you recall that?
Very, very well.
Are we in a recession?
We are not.
Spy's still ripping
Would,
again. None of this is related
you
to the
as
speech.
an American trade places right now with Germany in terms of the economy?
No, I sure wouldn't.
How about China?
No, wouldn't trade places.
How about France?
No, thanks.
Powell's like, shit, man. What the fuck is happening?
Things aren't perfect. Inflation's obviously still
Spy loves
sticky,
it, though.
and
New
long
high.
rates are too high.
You're going
which
green on the
I
NASDAQ,
wanna
about to go green on Dow and Spy.
talk about in a second. But the fact is, knock on wood, we have experienced a soft landing, haven't we?
Oh,
Not for me to say, really.
okay. Yeah, good answer, Powell.
I'll let others
Well, have
make
we
that.
experienced a hard landing?
No, we sure
Are
haven't.
we in a recession?
No, we're not.
I call that a soft landing.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
And it seems
If
to
it's
me
not
that
landed
you
hard,
and
then it's
some
soft.
of the ladies and
Exactly.
gentlemen
where your colleagues at the Federal Reserve behind you deserve some credit for that.
Thank you.
I don't know why you don't take the credit. Everybody else in Washington, D.C. does.
It's like, all right, well, shit.
Again, I'm not saying things are perfect, but I never imagined that
Powell
our
just has no
landing
idea what's happening. That's it.
could be this soft, albeit not perfect. And I wanted to thank you and your colleagues.
You just
for
went
that
from
effort.
Elizabeth Warren to this.
Sure
like,
didn't get any help from Congress and on the and our president on the fiscal side. I don't expect you to comment on that. You and the Federal Reserve can to a large extent control short rates, can't you?
Yes.
Through the open market committee. You can't control long rates, though, can you?
No, we can't.
touch his ass.
Why is that?
So a lot of things
Yeah,
go into
SPY's still
long
running
rates,
on there.
and,
Dow is now
one of them
green.
is the
SPY's at
expected
break even.
future
Russell's only
short
1
rate
week.
of Fed
Not really the
policy, but
speech. I
many,
think it's
many
chips
other
and
things going in.
staples and a couple
Expectations
utilities
of
going up.
Inflation in the longer run, the sort of risks around the economy and around the budget deficit go into something called the term premium, which is the part we can't explain when we do these decompositions. And so, it's set by supply and demand in the bond market at the long end, and we're not particularly. We have some influence, but mostly not.
Many Americans are looking at short rates and looking at the Fed's behavior and how you reduce inflation, but they don't seem they don't see the long rates going down, and obviously that affects mortgage rates. And I would encourage you and your colleagues to spend some time explaining to the American people why that is. Final question. If you went home tonight and Mayor Powell, your spouse, said, I got a call today from our bank, and they're debanking us. They're worried about their reputational risk because they don't like our politics.
Our politics.
Would you think that fair?
No, I sure wouldn't. And as I mentioned earlier,
bro. All
I
of these
too am
questions are
troubled
about
by
like
the quantity
discrimination,
of these reports.
DEI,
And,
like a couple of
really
like
want to
rate
understand
stuff,
better
but
why this is happening.
even the debanking is
one
like
theory
Republican
is that
DEI,
banks are
bro.
just very risk averse around BSA and money laundering, and that's because we're so tough on them, and that they just don't. Any red flag is enough. But it may be that this whole thing with reputation risk needs to be thought about. It's actually coming out of our one manual that we use. We're taking that concept out, the manual that we've been using for account access for master accounts. We're just going to take that
SPY
out.
now green.
But
Everything
I
went
think
green
this
ever
needs a
since it
fresh
started.
look, and I think it's
Not really any
it's time
comments.
for that,
Bonds
and
are
we're
still
gonna
down,
do that.
oil and other stuff.
Well, I've asked our chairman.
Nothing
and
really new has been said.
To invite some of the CEOs of some of the banks that have been debanking people. The CEOs,
Yes.
not their lawyers, not their PR consultants,
Not the lobbyists.
not their priests, them, the CEOs to come in and let's talk about this and find out what the hell's been going on.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy.
That one
Thank
wasn't
you,
as
Mr.
bad.
Chairman.
Senator Reid.
Could have been funnier.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Chairman
Thank
Powell,
you.
welcome. Thank you very much. I think your monetary policy combined with the Biden fiscal policy over the last 4 years has made a tremendous difference. We've avoided a recession.
You're
I'd like to
crazy.
remind people how far we've come. In 2020, the gross domestic product decreased.
Mr. Reed has so much
2.2%.
fucking money, he has no
The
idea
unemployment
what has happened
rate
in the last
finished
4
the year
years.
at 6.7%. By 2024,
You did a
gross
great job.
domestic product grew 2.5%. The unemployment rate was 4.1%. Labor force participation rate went up from 61% to 62.5%. And that's a combination of your work together with the fiscal policy of the Biden administration. So I thank you for that. One of the issues
Russell's the
before us
one
today
lagging.
is the issue of tariffs. In July 2018 testimony, you stated, Mr. Chairman, Countries that have remained open to trade, that have not erected barriers, including tariffs, have grown faster and had higher incomes. Do you still believe that?
Yes, I do. I would stand by that.
So President Trump's
High ticker is
tariffs
almost
on
fully
China,
gassed.
Canada, and Mexico.
Again, everything just went red to green
will
on the day.
obviously
Remember,
raise
it's Tariff
costs on
Day.
families. In fact,
Steel
some
and
economists, many
reciprocals.
economists project about
Old
$1,200
Intel contracts
per
have
year
gone green.
Households
The leaps.
will be paying extra.
So
An
Intel's still
increase
running,
in
man.
inflation
Now the
by nearly
premium, it's
1%,
factoring out the monies.
economic growth, depression, and, for example, the increase of the average car price by $2,700. Is that a wise policy?
So I guess I ought to say this. You know, I think the standard case for free trade and all that logically still makes sense. It didn't work that well when we have one very large country that doesn't.
Remember,
really play by
everybody
the
is
rules.
being very dramatic
And
with
in
you
many
over
cases, it's not
tariffs.
the Fed's job to make
So
or
far,
comment on
Trump
tariff policy.
has only announced maybe up to
really,
$70 billion
that's for
between
elected people, and
steel
it's
being
not for us
$60
to
billion
comment.
and China
Ours
being
is to,
14.
try
Mexico
to
and
react to it
Canada
in a
are halted, but
thoughtful,
otherwise,
sensible way and make
everyone
monetary
freaking
policy
you out
so
over
that we can
amounts.
achieve
The
our
amounts are
mandate.
still extremely small.
Just this
on a global
weekend,
scale.
the president removed the board of the Kennedy
Do the
Center
research.
and made himself chairman. What would you do
But
if
yeah,
the
Powell just
president
punted
tried to
Fed
remove
policy.
a member of the Federal Reserve
Bonds are
Board?
kind of liking that.
Well,
So he's not going to comment.
it's pretty clearly not allowed under the law.
Yeah.
Thank you. We've communicated back and forth about synthetic risk transfer as a potential danger to the banking system. And could you give us some insights on how we can improve financial stability by regulating these transactions more appropriately?
Marvel
What we've
gold
been
on the high
doing
now
for
too.
some
Spy's
time
still
now
going.
Is looking at them on a case-by-case basis, and if they really do transfer risk successfully, then that's okay.
Oh,
I mean,
check
you know, it's
RTX
a
and
good thing
LMT.
if
Pete
the bank
Hegseth. U.S. needs to
wants
spend more
wants
on
to transfer
defense than
risk
it
off
did
its
under
balance sheet
Biden.
in a way that it gets compensated for and all that. But what you
Yeah,
want to make
check
sure is
LMT
that
and
the risk
RTX.
is really transferred, and that was the problem
And then
during the
VST
global
on the
financial
high.
crisis was sort of things that appeared to but did not accomplish a transfer of risk. So we see this coming, and we've been looking at these transactions on an ongoing basis.
Well, I commend you for that. In fact, what happens typically is the transaction becomes complicated by synthetic risk transfers, as it was the case with synthetic derivatives. So thank you for your attention to that. We've talked about housing. It's absolutely critical everywhere across the country. We're in a housing shortage. Of course, while housing is difficult, two of the mainstays of our housing market are Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Shit.
Helping to
Check
support
FMCC.
homeownership.
Look.
Does the federal guarantee
This is
backing
interesting.
Fannie and Freddie help make mortgage rates more affordable and homeownership more accessible?
He's not asking about the
I imagine it does hold
nationalization
down
stuff.
mortgage rates, the fact that they're sovereign risk.
And then watch
And
defense.
how
Pete
important is the
Hegseth
30-year
making comments
mortgage
right
to
now.
ensure that families can afford a home?
In our housing market, the 30-year mortgage is very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, RTX
And
moving on that
I've
now.
heard some discussions about eliminating Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which would be detrimental, I presume, to the housing market.
That's really a question for you. You know, I mean, putting them back in the private, putting
Tesla
housing
flushing.
finance back in the private sector has some appeal over the longer run, but I leave that with you.
Headline:
Thank
Pete
you, Mr.
Hegseth
Chairman,
says we
very much.
need to spend
Appreciate
more
it.
on defense than Biden.
Thank you, Senator
Says 3%
Ricketts.
should not go below 3% of GDP.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this important
Oh,
hearing.
and then von der Leyen,
Thank you,
after meeting
Jerome
with
Powell,
J.D.
for being
Vance,
here today
looking
to talk
forward to
about,
continued
our economy
cooperation.
and all the things that are going
J.D.
on.
Vance comments too.
I want to address
He just met
again
with
something
EU
that
von
the
der
Ranking
Leyen.
Member started talking off about, which was characterizing the CFPB as being the cop on the beat here. But I can tell you, as having been a governor and having a Department of Banking that reported to me, that if any consumer would contact us and make a complaint about a bank, even a big bank like JP Morgan, we would investigate, as could the OCC, the FDIC, the FTC. So to characterize that nobody's out there looking for consumers, I think, is inaccurate. And
Talking
we ought
about
not
you,
to try and
Elizabeth.
scare consumers right now that somehow this is the case, because
Yeah,
if you
Elizabeth,
do
stop
have
scaring
an
consumers.
issue, if you're a consumer, please reach out to
You know,
your
words
State
could cause
Department of
fear,
Banking, because those folks
right?
are
Like
going to
misinformation,
look out
they
for you. I
say.
can
So
tell you
stop
that
scaring
because I used to
consumers, Elizabeth.
have one of those Department of Bankings. They did a fantastic job of looking out for the consumers. One of the things that has also impacted consumers is inflation. Prices under the Biden inflation were up 20%. An average household is paying $13,000 more today than they were for the same standard of living they had before Joe Biden got elected. We see that grocery prices, for example, are up 22%, rents up 23%. Simply put, Nebraskans are economically worse off today than they were 4 years ago, and I expect
Yeah,
that
it's your
that's part of
first
the
red
reason why
candle,
we
like,
saw
kinda
this change
chilling
in
in,
the
like,
administration.
30, 40 minutes.
They thought that that was not something that they wanted to continue to pursue. They didn't want the same policies being followed. We have to end the reckless federal spending, rein in inflation, and be responsible about how we make decisions to be able to grow the economy. One of those areas that I'm concerned about is the expansion of the Fed
Devon
balance
Energy,
sheet.
DVN,
The Fed's
and then
balance
Intel
sheet
again,
before
and
at
ASML,
the end of 2019, so before the pandemic,
and
was about
IBM.
$4.1 trillion.
I think they're still gassing.
By May of
then
2020, the
bonds
Fed
doing a little
expanded
better.
that to $7 trillion, and by 2022, the Fed's balance sheet hit an all-time record of $8.9 trillion. Inflation peaked at 9.1% that year, a high we had not seen since 1981. Now, I'm encouraged by the actions the Fed has taken with quantitative tightening to shrink the balance sheet down to $6.85 trillion, but $6.85 trillion is still too high. And one of my concerns with the chairman is that that's kind of one of your tools to be able to guard against a downturn in the economy or some sort of shock. You obviously used it during the pandemic. Looking ahead long term, will the Fed Reserve continue to this course of unwinding the balance sheet?
Oh, wow. Good question.
Yes, so what we said is
Great
that
question.
we intend to slow and then stop the decline when reserve balances are somewhat above the level that we judge consistent with. Quote,
That's what we were
so-called
looking for
ample
last
reserves.
meeting. He didn't talk
The
about
most
it.
recent data and the feel of the markets is definitely that reserves are still abundant.
Okay.
They're
So
about
no
the level they
QTs.
were at when runoff started, because the runoff has really happened out of the overnight repo facility, reverse repo. So yes, it's an ongoing thing, and we're not yet where we're headed.
So what kind of pace can we
could've moved
expect?
things
And I
if he
know
gave you
that
an answer.
obviously there's going to be a lot of factors like what happens to the economy over the course of next year. But if things were going to go along the way they are today, you've already said the economy's doing well. Inflation's a little higher than we want it to be at 2.6%, but unemployment's at 4%. If these commissions, and I think you used the word stable quite a bit, if these conditions were to remain stable throughout the course of the year, would you have
Intel
a
already
range
got
to
half
give
of
us
the
of
money
where the balance sheet might be
in December.
if we were talking again here in January 2026?
We basically, we're going to be looking at reserve conditions in reserve markets, and trying to stop a little bit above what we consider ample. And we think we're
Bank's still running.
meaningfully above that now. We can't put a number on it because you can't directly know the demand for reserves other than by observing behavior in the market and then putting a little bit of a
That's
buffer
kind of
on it.
bullish,
So
but
I
it's
can't give you
still
an exact number, but for now it's ongoing. And
yeah, no
there are ways
answer,
to go.
but you're
What kind of conditions
close.
would have to happen for you to start going back to quantitative easing?
So
Oh wow.
go to eat quantitative easing. So
Yeah.
that's a tool we tend to use when we're at the effective lower bound and we can't cut interest rates anymore. So nothing like what you're seeing in the current day. It's a different test for stopping quantitative tightening, but we would use QE going forward only in a situation where rates are at zero, and we're a long way from zero now.
So that you think that,
Good
again,
answer.
just generally speaking, then
That QE answer
if
could've been
things
crazy.
were to
They
remain
said
stable, you'll
rates have to go to
continue
zero.
to unwind the balance sheet, you'll continue the quantitative tightening. Can't give me a range on this. Is that what I hear you saying?
That's right.
That's exactly what he said. He's not.
Okay.
He's punting.
Well, I encourage you to keep doing that because I think
Acknowledges
that's
it, but will not
important,
give you a timeline
to be able to
job
make
on
sure
the
that you've got
market.
powdered for the next
He is well aware.
issue that we may face. So thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman. Appreciate you being here.
Decent.
Senator
D, that
Warner.
could have been it. That could have been the question you
Thank you,
wanted.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman
Boeing
Powell,
just
good
got
to
to
see
pop
you.
$1.
One of the things we've talked
Check
about in the
news.
past, and I got 2 or 3
Boeing
issues
and then
I wanna get
Intel's
to
still
fairly
breaking
quickly,
out.
is that that while our regulatory framework should always promote financial innovation,
Boeing
that
deliveries
innovation
ramp up.
can't,
Oh, yeah.
come at the
Wall Street
expense of
Journal.
things like
Boeing order numbers
anti-money
coming in.
laundering, consumer protection,
6
financial
airplanes,
stability.
45 jetliners in
I
January.
continue to worry. And
Hold on.
Many of these hearings where we keep seeing this regulatory
I'll just repeat
creep
these real
outside
quick.
the,
Boeing delivered 4 737s, 4 788s, and 1 777 freighter. 6
starting
net
the system
moved
from
out of
scratch,
ACS
feel this
606.
design it this way.
Back in the backlog, Boeing had
it
no
is
cancellations in
one of the
January.
reasons why I'm
Book
looking
gross
forward to
orders were
working with
34
Chair
737s, 2 777s, and 36 jetliners.
Senator
Deliveries
Lewis
were most
on a
deliveries were
framework
737.
at stable coins in particular within the regulatory
Yeah, that's
parameter.
Boeing right now.
I know my friend Bill Haggerty just introduced a bill in this area. I'm looking at trying to make sure we get those guardrails
Amazon on the
put in
low. What the hell's
place,
happening? Amazon.
and, how it touches
Yo,
the Fed,
Amazon alongside
is
Tesla.
something that's
This is going to
terribly
mess up the
important to
market
me.
if those start going down.
I
Check
know
news.
you and I have talked
Amazon.
in the past about
Kind of a decent
the
flush.
notional idea,
It's less than
same
1%, but
activity,
it's out of nowhere.
Same regulation in the non-bank sector. If you'd like to wax briefly on this question,
They got a
on
price
stable
target
coins and
increase
how
a
we
couple
think
minutes
about
ago,
them
but
in the
that's it.
same point of, if they are similar to other activities,
And then
should they not
AMD
have the
still
same
going.
regulatory structure?
Meta starting to sell.
We definitely support these efforts to create a regulatory framework around stablecoins. Stablecoins may have a big future with consumers and businesses. We can't know that now, but it is important for the development of stablecoins.
Honestly, it might be something, yeah. It might have to do with the AI summit, bro.
That there be a
Low key,
regulatory
they're all
framework.
starting to
So
drop.
we see these bills and we're in contact as we were in the last Congress and trying to add our technical thoughts and how to do this. And we think it's a very constructive exercise.
Well, we do think, you have a lot of expertise in this session, and there are people people come with lots of opinions on everything in crypto, from over the top
crypto
to
question.
the other end of the spectrum, and I'm gonna need to rely on your expertise as well as we try to work through some framework for stable coins. I know there are a lot of earlier questions on CFPB. I think
I don't know. I think there's bad news brewing for AI. You just had the AI summit. All of a sudden now, all these AI names, and then Oracle, Amazon, Meta, Google, they're starting to sell. So I don't have any word yet, but be on the lookout. Yeah, NVIDIA is the only one holding up right now, but watch out for that.
Mention this more for my colleagues.
Could be something. I don't know, but
Tim
like
Kaine
just
and I
like
did a
that BX
teletown
thing,
hall last
they're not
night.
too big yet, but we're watching a lot of these
Lots of
moves.
things happening in Virginia. Normally, we would get maybe 3,000, 5,000, 6,000 folks on a teletown hall. We had 60,000 last night. I have not seen anything like that in my time up on here on the Hill, and a huge amount of concern about what the Doge boys are doing, whether our information is safe, whether privacy is protected. I had one lady say, in light of what was happening at CFPB, and while there's not a direct connection, she's saying, is her deposits at her bank safe? We tried to give her a assurance, but I said, you know what, ma'am, I'm going to be talking to the chairman of the Federal Reserve tomorrow. And with this diminution or shuttering, at least at the time being, of the CFPB, can I tell, I believe her name was Mary, can I tell Mary from Virginia that her bank account is safe?
I think bank accounts overall across the economy are safe. Yes, we've still got deposit insurance at the FDIC, and the banking system is well capitalized and safe.
Well, again, I think the concern was being raised was that the diminution of consumer protections lent her concerns about whether that dollar being safe. Last thing I want to recognize is that, there's been reports in the media about the thinness in the Treasury markets, the number of additional bonding that we're going to have to do, particularly if with so many of these unpaid tax cuts. Matter of fact, one of the things that was really striking to me was that yesterday the president mentioned how he was, quote, examining Treasury debt payments for possible fraud, and suggested that our debt might not be as high as possible. We all understand the full faith and credit of the United States based
Intel's
upon
up
our
8.
reputation. If
People
this
are
president
saying
were to
chip
suddenly
refresh,
say,
JD Vance comments,
I'm wiping off X
but
amount
nobody
of debt
really
because I
knows.
don't believe we owe it, what kind of effect would that have on both stability of the dollar and the overstability of our economy?
It will probably not surprise you that I will defer to you on that question.
So you think it would be
and then
from a
TSM
Fed
on the high.
standpoint, the
Interesting.
President of the United States start to saying we're going
Bro,
not
the
going
things
to pay
we
our
have selling and
Treasury
buying
debt.
right now are hella
You're
weird.
going to have no view at all?
I'm not going to comment on things that the president says.
Good answer.
I would like to see us at some point get a stronger answer on that, because I think that in light of the president's willingness to shut down agencies willy-nilly, his ability to potentially curtail payment of debt, I think would have devastating consequences on our economy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Britt.
Yeah, the high ticker's still active,
Thank you, Mr.
though.
Chairman. Obviously,
it's just weird
there's been
tech.
a lot
Everything
of
else is doing
conversation
good.
both in and out of this hearing room today. Conversations about a co-president referencing Elon Musk, referencing the work that Doge is doing. I think it's important to remember that President Trump ran on this. I mean, he said, we're going to look for wasteful spending across our government. We're $36 trillion in debt, y'all. That's not only fiscally irresponsible, it is actually morally irresponsible. And the difference in this administration and the last administration is that President Trump is actually the final arbiter. And it's interesting that none of you had anything to say over the last 4 years when it is clear that our commander-in-chief was not in command. And if we're going to use the term co-president, then let's go back and say co-president Jake Sullivan, co-president Ron Klain, co-president Joe Biden. I mean, it seems that some of the biggest decisions were made during the president's afternoon nap time. And so I just think we need to be a little bit more honest about what's been laid out and what's actually occurring. Chair Powell, I want to discuss some monetary policy issues, but I first want to highlight a few supervisory items. We unfortunately started 2023 with several bank failures in which the Fed itself admits its supervisors were, quote, too slow to ask. The question has been asked earlier about who was fired, who was not. I think that there's some real merit to having accountability that we have not seen there. In the aftermath of those failures, the Fed was certainly not slow to act when it came to new regulations, like the new capital requirements that would have put the U.S. banks at a global disadvantage and actually hurt consumers in my state.
Climate disclosure rule is deeply flawed.
The way I look at this is the world came up with a gold standard, and then Vice Chair Barr said, hold my beer. And unfortunately, that hurts Alabamians. In addition to that, we had Community Reinvestment Act and stress testing frameworks that were basically adopted in secret. Or, as we discussed last week, the reputational risk and just the arbitrary nature of that and those standards that were used to push political agendas. None of this is acceptable, and we've got to take a look at how to promote greater accountability and transparency into the Fed's supervisory function. Shifting gears, as of January 30th, the Federal Reserve had a mark-to-market loss on its balance sheet of roughly $221 billion. In fact, I looked back and the Fed has posted losses since September of 2022. Meanwhile, we've seen transfers to the CFPB totaling $2 billion since September of 2022. Okay, SPY back to break even. So just to clarify, Chair Powell, these money transfers are requested
Amazon and all those other
by
ones
the
stop dying.
CFPB director each quarter and then directly deposited by the Fed. Is that how that works?
So the director of the CFPB requests money, and we, under the law, we send that money. Yes.
So, in fact, but Dodd-Frank actually prohibits the Fed from actually reviewing or amending those requests.
That is correct.
And so it gives full discretion to the CFPB
up
director.
to I think 12% of our. There's a ceiling on that, but that's correct.
So just to level set, how many times has the CFPB funding request been denied?
Okay, watch if
Fed?
Boeing's going to have another update soon, but they're chilling for now.
0, right?
0, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
On the high. Why is real estate going up?
By the way, I'd like to applaud the current administration and acting director vote for inserting some accountability back into the agency by pausing these quarterly
no source cited 2 minutes.
Checks.
The biggest players
on
in
that,
AI.
I know there's been a lot of conversation around the Bureau
I saw
over the
something
last
about
few days,
Starmer
but I do want to
saying
focus
there
on
was
these
nothing
last couple
decisive.
of years, particularly the $2 billion.
But yeah, we just saw that move there.
The CFPB received from September 2022 up to the last receipt on January 2nd, 2025. Congress specified in statute that the Fed shall fund the CFPB through the combined earnings of the Federal Reserve System. However, as I mentioned, the Fed has no current earnings. It has a balance sheet of negative $200 billion. So instead of the recent audit statement saying the Fed is funding the CFPB
watch if nuclear plays start going up in energy
on its reserve banks. Mr. Chair, There are only two statutes
Yeah, the nuclear
that authorize
plays
the
are
Fed
starting
to
to
make
move.
reserve bank assessments, and neither permit the CFPB to fund
And
transfers.
Intel's not moving at all.
So what authority exactly did the Federal Reserve have to assess the reserve banks in this manner over the last 2 years? I just wanted kind of a fact-finding.
We looked at that question very carefully, and it's very clear.
Watch bonds
on
kind
the
of
law
breaking
and
out there in the
legislative
last
history that
hour.
we're still required to make those payments to do so.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tesla
I would
still.
point out that candidate Trump did not run on implementing Project 2025. In fact, when he was asked on the campaign trail about Project 2025, he said, I don't know anything about that. Who are those people? And yet he early on and quickly installed a key architect of Project 2025, Russ Vought, as the head of the Office of Management and Budget, which we know is the command and control center for the budget overseeing all federal agencies. And that's what Elon Musk is doing now. He's implementing Project 2025, the same Project 2025 that candidate Trump said he knew nothing about.
We should stop him.
And he said that
before
because he
fucking
knew
raids
it
the
was
Capitol.
unpopular.
Stop him now.
He knew it would be unpopular to
Oh,
take
my goodness.
the financial cop off the beat. And I
Take
want to
the
start
cop
by
off there. I
talking
thought
about
we don't
what's
like
happening
cops. What the
over
fuck?
at CFPB, the
Well, y'all
Consumer
confusing the
Financial
shit out of
Protection
me.
Bureau, because that is the cop on the beat to go after fraudsters and scammers who cheat Americans out of their hard-earned money. And they have returned billions of dollars
Yeah.
to our
CFPB
constituents,
caught
to the
FTX,
consumers
you
who
guys.
have been
You know
victims
that, right?
of these scams. And in doing so, they've earned some powerful enemies who want to shut them down.
Powerful
And
enemies.
Elon Musk
Only
is
enemies.
doing that dirty work on behalf of those fraudsters. Wow. And there's something especially twisted about the richest man in the world shutting down an agency that helps victims of scammers and fraudsters recover just a little bit of their hard-earned money. And I find it especially interesting that the new self-declared head of
Look at
CFPB,
bonds. So we're coming
Russell
down
Vought,
here, but then the bonds are
told
starting to run up
employees not
there.
to come into the
You've had
office
other weird rumors, but we
and
don't see
essentially
anything
to
yet.
stop work. Here's what he wrote, and I'm quoting, "Employees should not come into the office," unquote, and stand down from performing any work task, unquote. So this is an interesting situation. Federal employees continue to get paid, but the Trump administration tells them to stop doing their work. That apparently is what the Trump administration thinks is a good deal for the American taxpayer, to pay employees to not to do their job. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a simple question for you. Is that a practice that you pursue at the Fed, to pay your employees but tell them not to come to work? Have you done that?
No.
That wouldn't be very efficient, would it? No, it wouldn't.
Oh, great question.
And yet, that's what the so-called
Answer the rhetorical
Doge
right now.
boys, efficiency boys,
Wanna hear you
are
say
doing.
it.
In addition to that, they're rummaging through the private, very personal, sensitive information of Americans at the Department of Treasury. So it seems to me that the Trump administration and Elon Musk are focused on
You guys know we
everything
only need like
except
7
what
more likes, right?
Donald Trump said he was going to
You guys did it
on
finally.
during the campaign, which was to
Nice.
bring
7.
prices down.
Good 7.
And when you look at the price of eggs these days, I noticed that Waffle House just instituted a new 50-cent per egg surcharge due to the nationwide rise in the cost of eggs. They said that's going to be a new surcharge, and other restaurants are following suit. You've seen that, right, Mr.
That's
Chairman?
crazy. 300 of you just liked the video?
And at the same time,
You guys are
the
disgusting.
Trump
You waited that long?
administration has
That's insanity.
restricted federal
coulda
agencies
had
from
this a long
providing
time
the
ago.
public with information
That's wild.
about the bird flu.
400 of you just liked that's
avian flu,
crazy.
which is part of the cost of egg increases.
You guys
So,
just really needed me to tell you, huh?
what we're really facing here is an administration
That's wild.
that campaigned on bringing down prices and is not doing that, did not campaign on Project 2025, and that's what they're doing. But when it comes to prices, Mr. Chairman, the president's also talking about significant increases in tariffs. Our Republican colleagues are also talking about passing a tax bill that gives way disproportionately to the super wealthy and which will add trillions to the deficit by their own account. They're talking about playing around with the baseline. So my question to you is simple. All things being equal, do big increases in tariffs and increasing the deficit and debt put upward pressure on inflation? Isn't that simple math?
Yeah, AMD alongside the other one are doing great.
It really does remain to be seen what tariff policies will be implemented, and I just think it would be unwise to speculate.
Another punt on
we
tariffs.
really don't know. I mean, we see proposals, but it's so hard to say what's going to happen. And
Well, last time the Trump
you
administration
got Navarro says
was in
steel
office,
industry is on
the
its
Fed
knees.
took actions
U.S. allies have
because
not
they were
abided by
concerned
rules but
about the
abused them.
impact of increasing
So
tariffs.
again, you
Isn't
got
that the
hawkish
case?
comments out of
wound up
Trade
cutting
Advisor
rates in
Navarro.
2000 and I guess
It's
it
kind of
was
weird,
19,
man.
but it
So let me
really
get you
was
up there real quick since this guy's just grilling him. But there was some weird rumors with AI. Some of the AI names moved, but we haven't seen anything materialize. And now you got Navarro, but like ever since you're pinned right now, but then the bonds, I don't see the dollar moving, but they're kind of moving like a fear bid, but something's going on with bonds. And then we're getting a couple more headlines here now related to trade. But yeah, keep in mind.
The deficit
Head on a
by
swivel.
trillions of dollars and what impact you believe that has on
Welcome, baby.
inflation and prices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Lummis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Chairman Powell, for
Isn't this the
being with
crypto
us
lady?
today. I think you're aware
I don't know. It's
of
on
what
the Tesla. It could
direction
be
my
the
questions will
OpenAI
take.
thing
They will be
again, but other than
focused
that,
on
maybe
the
Jim
bank
Cramer.
supervision
But they've been
function
down all year.
of the Fed. And I'd point out that when you and I were toddlers, 1956, the chairman of the
that's
Fed
the
at the
headline
time,
I saw,
William
Tyree. I
Chesney
saw
Martin,
what you tagged me in. That was
said
it.
that the
I don't know
Federal
if that's it, though.
Reserve Board is an agency of the Congress. Ben Bernanke said something similar in 2013 when he told Janet Yellen that, quote, Congress is our boss. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, the way I always say it is that our supervision, our accountability runs through the legislative branch, not through the executive branch, as it does in many other forms of government.
Thank you for that, because I wouldn't have guessed that that was going to be your response. The way that the Fed has behaved for the last 4 years in its relationship with the U.S.
Tesla
Congress is to thumb its nose at Congress. Your staff has repeatedly stymied information requests
Okay,
from
watch
this
what the bonds
committee,
do again. You got Navarro
notably
headline
made by
a minute
myself,
ago.
the chairman, the ranking member, Senator Tillis, former Senator Pat Toomey, and others. In my experience,
NFL
the Fed
$500,000
is a black
fine
hole.
on a
It
referee
consumes information, but
for
it never
bribery
releases
allegations.
it.
No.
Your fellow governors
Powell
have
looks so confused.
personally misled me on at least 2 occasions with respect to Wyoming and digital assets.
Bro, Bostic lied about
And in
all of his
recent federal
purchases for
court
4
filings,
years.
Former Senator Pat Toomey has accused your staff of lying to him while providing technical assistance on legislation
The
that
governors
passed
lied to me. They
in the
lied to me
National
too,
Defense
bitch.
Authorization Act in 2022. Now, I have behind me a statement by the Fed's General Counsel, one of the staff that's sitting behind you today, who said, quote, the Fed generally resists legislative prescriptions. Now, to me, that's thumbing his nose at Congress, the very people that you and I just agreed you are responsible to and the people depend on. So this is why the American people think there's a deep state. This is why they think there are faceless bureaucrats making policy to hurt
That aren't
the
Elon
very
Musk?
people of this country. Just look at the mess the Fed made of Silicon Valley Bank. And I contend that there is a lack of understanding that is deliberate on the part of the Fed with respect to digital asset policy. So the Constitution says Congress is your boss, but somehow your staff have not gotten that message. So, Chairman Powell, do you commit on behalf of yourself and the Federal Reserve staff to comply fully with all document demands issued by this committee in a timely manner?
Sure.
Whoa, that's a big one.
Will you instruct your staff to be complete
small cap,
in their responses
2% down. Be careful.
and not to obstruct
It'll fade eventually,
the
but you're
oversight
getting that early.
functions of this committee?
Well,
we always
the guy who
work
shorted
with
it got it
the
early,
committee
but still.
to be responsive to your requests. Sometimes they're beyond our capacity to respond to, and we work with committee and with committee staff to do that. But we're always responsive to committee requests.
And I'll look forward to engaging with you when you feel that our requests are outside of the scope of the oversight that we have over the Fed. Do you commit to disciplining or removing any staff that are found to have engaged in debanking activity, furthering Operation Choke Point 2.0, or other misconduct?
I can't make an open-ended commitment to remove anybody, but I will tell you that I am struck, and my colleagues and I are struck by the growing number of cases of what appears to be debanking, and we're determined to take a fresh look at that. In fact, I took the thing that you showed during the debanking hearing. When I saw that, we're now taking that out of the manual. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, what did you have about debanking in the manual?
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking
Bro,
Member.
we stopped moving. Whatever happened here with that bond,
I appreciate
something just kind of got us. Let's see if we can break out here or not.
I'd like to start with the
7
issue
minutes
of the
till you're
rising
up close.
cost
Yes,
of
sir.
home ownership, something that I know is of great interest to many of my colleagues on this committee. I know, Mr. Chair, that you care a lot about home ownership and making home ownership.
I'm sorry. Damn, we already been here for an hour and a half.
Many of the folks on my side of the aisle as well. And so I think this is something that we can agree on, that the rising cost of home ownership is a big challenge for our constituents, for Americans. And one of the big pressures, there are many, but one of the big pressures is the rising cost of home insurance. In Minnesota, families, seniors are struggling
RBA again,
to manage
PGY short
nearly
report.
40%
High ticker still active.
increase in
Keep an eye on
home
energy and
insurance
currencies.
rates. We've seen this over the last 7 years
Honestly,
or so.
the
And
currencies
I know,
are all breaking
Chair Powell,
out.
that you've told this committee in the past that rising cost of buying insurance for your home has been a source of inflation as we've been trying to manage inflation. Now, I don't know anyone who doesn't see this crisis of rising insurance rates as being caused by extreme weather events. We've seen massive flooding in the southeastern United States. We've seen flooding in Minnesota. We've seen fires in the Mountain West in California. I mean, these are climate-related events. That's not a political position. That is just a fact.
2 on the low.
So, we've got banks that of course, require, understandably, that a homeowner provide insurance as a predicate for getting a mortgage. So there's a big question about what's going to happen when insurance becomes unaffordable, or in some parts of the country, just literally not available, and what impact that would have
doing the bond
on the
candle
mortgage
again.
markets,
Spies
on
again, it's
on the
just doing
value
better,
of
but
American homes.
we haven't
Just
moved.
last
Latest
week,
headline
a
was
new
Navarro and then all this
analysis
Powell
from First
stuff.
Street showed that overall, the value of U.S. real estate could be reduced by $1.4 trillion, colleagues, over the next 30 years due to unaccounted for climate risk. That's the cost, the risk of not being able to afford home insurance because of these extreme weather events. And the prospect of trillions of dollars of property become uninsurable is clearly a recipe, it seems to me, for market instability, both in the rental as well as the mortgage market. So my question, Chair Powell, is, given these trends, how do you think the Fed and how do you think we should be thinking about the challenges that these events are going to pose to insurance markets and to the overall financial stability of the economy? I'm asking you to comment specifically on climate change, because I understand my colleagues on the other side of the aisle see that as a political question. it's more like what you see is the risk to financial stability here.
So let me quickly note that we don't regulate or supervise insurance companies for the most part, but we're seeing the same thing, which is both banks and insurance companies are pulling out of areas, coastal areas and things like that, or areas where there are a lot of fires. So what that is going to mean is that, if you fast forward 10 or 15 years, there are going to be regions of the country where you can't get a mortgage, there won't be ATMs, there won't, the banks won't have branches and things like that. Right. That's a possibility coming up down the road. It's not that the banks will stay there and keep making loans in the face of evidence of disaster, or that insurance companies will do right policies. They can cancel those policies every year.
Right.
So I think the risk is that they just won't be there and that people won't be able to get them. That's really the issue.
And it seems to me that that would be a massive source of instability in our economy overall if you were to see that kind of dramatic decline in home ownership, home values, not to mention the disruption that would occur if people literally couldn't be in their homes anymore.
So I think it's going to fall, if that happens, it'll fall on homeowners and
right.
residents, but it'll also fall on state and local governments. Which you see happening now, where they're stepping in states where insurance
Beto getting murdered right
going
now.
Away, private insurance, you're seeing
Bitcoin.
states step in because they want those areas to remain prosperous. So
yeah, Bitcoin flushing through 97,000.
But it certainly will have significant economic consequences.
Well, certainly to try to figure out how to provide reinsurance as an example, and the places where commercial insurance isn't available would be a massive impact on state budgets, if to follow your chain of thinking. And I know in this committee, I've heard some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle talk about the challenges overall with flood insurance, just as an example, and the massive expense that would have for us as well. I raise this, colleagues, because I think that this is an important issue that we need to be paying attention to. I do think it has a fundamental impact on the overall health of our economy as we look not even down the road, but where we are right now. So I'm out of time. Thank
Apple,
you, Chair Powell.
Baba, what about Intel? Intel's still
I have
up,
talked
dude.
quite frequently
Intel's up
about
almost
my
9.
deep and keen interest in the Community Reinvestment Act, and I'll follow up with a question on that for the record.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you here today. Welcome. I want to start by talking with you a bit about markets and inflation. Less than 6 months ago, you expressed some serious concerns about labor market weakness and the risk of persistent inflation. But since then, the FOMC has begun its easing cycle and cut its target rate by 100 basis points, as you mentioned in your opening remarks. Now in the January meeting, the FOMC has telegraphed that it felt both the labor market and inflation have reached a point where you're comfortable maintaining its target range. And my question is this: the recent market data, including last week's strong jobs report,
Palantir COGM can offset 50% of Trump tariff impact. Now you're going down. Are you kidding me?
And I just wanted to talk broadly about these market conditions that you see. Do you see evidence of a higher neutral rate emerging at this point?
Yes, I mean, let me say there was a lot of reason to be concerned about downside risk in the labor market toward the middle of this year, but really that concern has diminished significantly. Labor market's very strong. I think the evidence is...
Market doesn't like hearing neutral rate out of Powell.
There are many different views on this, but is that the neutral rate will have risen meaningfully, very hard to be precise about it, from what it was. It was clearly very, very low before the pandemic. Extraordinarily low, historically so, but yes, I think it's moved up, and many of my colleagues on the FOMC feel that way too.
It certainly seems that way. I'd like to turn now to what seems to be a very popular topic right at this point, and that's the CFPB. In your response to Senator Britt's question earlier, you confirmed that when the CFPB submits quarterly funding requests, the Fed is not in a position to exercise any discretion.
Yeah, coin and crypto is still selling, and now Oracle again.
As long as it's compliant with the law.
It just strikes me that the Fed is not in a position to hold the CFPB accountable for what it does or how it spends its money. Congress hasn't been allowed to hold the CFPB accountable for what it does or how it spends its money. It looks like no one has been able to hold the CFPB accountable at all. And now I hear, complaints coming from every corner, particularly from the other side, complaints about the excessive delegation of authority to a Republican CFPB director when this entity was intentionally created to be wholly unresponsive to elected officials. So I just find that quite rich. Before I close, I'd like to come to a point on climate, and particularly the Fed's forays into climate activism that have taken place over these past 4 years and the recent retrenchment that we've seen. It's one thing for the Fed to disassociate from its past climate activism in a press release, but to credibly claim that it's divorced itself from partisan climate policies, the Fed needs to do more than just issue statements. It needs to actually end its climate policies. The Fed's independence from politics is a headline topic at the moment, of course.
Oh, you haven't
and while
moved in
much
like an
attention
hour.
has been given to potential external
You've been in this
pressures on
range
the
for
Fed,
a minute.
I think it's also critical that we scrutinize how the Fed's own regulation
Barron's
and
confirmed
supervision
intel is up due to
might be
advanced
utilized
comments.
to in some way
That's
politicize the
good.
institution.
Good.
So when the
Meta
central
in
bank
talks
strays
to
from its
buy
mandate by
Korean
embracing
AI
partisan
chip
climate
startup
policies,
Furious
the Fed embroils itself
AI,
in controversial
Furious
political debates
Furioso
and invites
AI.
legitimate political scrutiny.
I don't know if they're public.
So I just want to urge the Fed to
Meta's
refocus
buying
entirely
somebody.
on its core statutory mandates. I know it's a commitment that both you and I share.
FURIOSAAI.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Senator Warnock.
I don't think it's publicly traded.
Thank you very much, Chairman Scott, and welcome again, Chairman Powell. I want to echo the words of Ranking Member Warren and so many of my colleagues today on DOGE and Project 2025's illegal attack on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Certainly the Bureau was not created to be dismantled. And since its inception,
Even if it wasn't doing a good job?
has been the only federal agency
Clearly was
solely
not made
dedicated
to be
to
dismantled.
protecting Americans' wallets and pocketbooks from scammers and predatory companies in financial services. The CFPB reduced costs for Americans, returning more than $21 billion to Americans who have been cheated since its inception. I want us to focus on that as folks are talking about chasing after waste and fraud and abuse. The CFPB has returned more than $21 billion to Americans. Make no mistake, this attack on the CFPB will increase costs for Americans, and it will give the green light to fraudsters and predatory actors seeking to cheat
You bought 19
hardworking
Oracle puts at
Americans.
so you spent
And so, Chairman Powell,
$4,000
thousands of Georgians of all
on next week Oracles.
political stripes
Good
have
luck.
written into my office.
Way to post the play.
And they are alarmed by an unelected billionaire and his hacksters' dangerous attempts to access Americans' private data and the Treasury Department's systems that
MSTR
control
flushing
$6
out.
trillion in annual payments to millions of American citizens, including Social Security, Medicare, and tax refunds. Quickly, yes or no, has Elon Musk or members of his team, to your knowledge, attempted to access the Fed's protected
Apple is up
data
on
and
China
systems?
AI News.
Yes
No,
or no?
I don't
To your
believe so.
knowledge.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so will you commit to report to this committee, majority and minority, immediately should you become aware of any such attempt by Elon Musk or Doge to pierce the Fed's independence or to access its protected systems?
Yes.
Thank you for that commitment. The Fed's latest monetary policy report states that the tight labor market has allowed employment and earnings gaps between Black and Hispanic Americans and white Americans to narrow. I was glad to see that many of the long-standing disparities in employment and wages by sex, race, ethnicity, and education have narrowed under the Biden administration. Some gaps have reached historic lows. Specifically, the employment gap for Black workers and white workers is near its lowest point in almost 50 years. That is the economy that the Trump administration is inheriting, a historic low in almost 50 years. Chair Powell, as you work to promote maximum employment, what steps will the Fed take to ensure that these equity gains are permanent?
So the best thing we can do is it's both of our mandates, really, because as you well know, high inflation hits people at the low end of the income spectrum first and most. And in addition to that, we know that the benefits of a strong labor market over time can be really visible and important in those communities as well. So we pursue our mandate, we keep our heads down and it works out that is the single best thing we can do to foster, closing those gaps.
You pursue your mandate, you want to make sure that it's working. Would you agree that we still need good equity data to continue to narrow and close those gaps by race and gender?
I do think, we're always going to be in favor of good data at the Fed, and we actually.
Barron's is a really reputable for finance, so
but if we don't
they're
have
confirming
data,
the JD Vance thing, this may just be the run of the politics for Intel.
The value of good equity
bro, this is out. This is abnormal.
For
The
economic
10% right now. Very, very big with that type of comment, but there was a lot of things flying around. That's why I think it's standing out very like a sore thumb.
And while I was disappointed to hear that the Federal Reserve, which is independent from the White House, it scrubbed a diversity and inclusion section from its website after President Trump's executive order.
J&J still from the morning.
While also scrubbing data on the racial, ethnic, and gender makeup of its economists and researchers, I hope you will continue to ensure that the public has good data on how our economy is working or not
there was
working,
the AI summit, and JD Vance said all the chips are going to be made here.
Americans.
And that was early in the morning. Then the stock moved later, and then now 10% later, everyone's
Chair
like,
Powell,
"Yeah,
as we
that's
think
the
about
reason."
the value of protecting data on the black-white wealth gap or employment gap, I think it's important to understand what policymakers can learn from this data. Historically,
we have old Intel calls. They came back to green. We have them for March of 20.
What types of economic
March of 25, and I think we have another one.
Wealth gap or
just those.
employment gap to widen?
Well, high inflation, downturns, you see generally just take the black unemployment rate. It generally moves at twice the speed of the white unemployment rate. So
then
when
SPY
it
coming
goes up,
back
it goes
down.
up
These moves
faster.
are
When
killing
it comes
premiums,
down,
though.
It comes down faster, but there
It's really the same price for the last hour.
There's always been a gap, and we want to run a strong labor market, and we target overall labor market conditions for maximum employment. But one of the benefits of that is that gap comes down.
Thank you so much. We all know that fully deregulating our financial regulators like the CFPB, firing bank examiners at the FDIC, or weakening the Fed's supervisory capacity makes an economic shock or recession.
OpenAI at Paris AI to Reuters. Sam Altman must buy out. He says, I have nothing to say. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And there are real consequences to weakening and eliminating financial regulations that keep us safe. Working people are the ones especially who suffer. So thank you so much, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to close these gaps.
Senator Banks is next.
Thank you, Mr.
He said
Chairman.
the company is not
Chair
for
Powell,
sale.
Thank you for presenting your report.
It's another one
to
of
the
Musk's
committee
tactics
today
to mess with
and
us.
for coming to meet with me last week in my office as well. The Federal Reserve has enormous power over Americans' ability to work and earn a living. And the Fed's interest rate decisions have an especially big impact on industries like manufacturing, which depend on big investments. Chair Powell, the Fed's data on manufacturing is still holding up nationally, but it doesn't look very good in the Chicago region, which includes
X is on the high
state in Indiana.
Bro, Friday is
the
Valentine's
Beige
Day.
Book says
Did you guys know
manufacturing
that?
jobs are declining.
I'm looking at contracts, February 14th. X is popping, check steel,
It also
and
says
new high
that
on
steel
Intel.
demand is at a low level, auto production has slowed, and machinery orders
Yeah, even
are
CLF
down.
off the bottom. Watch any
What
of the
does that
steel
say
plays.
about the rest of the country? When manufacturing in the heartland
Bro, Intel's getting
slows,
unreal now.
Does that signal
That's
trouble
it.
for
It's about to
industries in
turn
other
into
parts
a
of the
Trump
country?
play. If everybody keeps running on this JD Vance, you haven't had a candle like this in a minute.
We watch
That's it. If everyone starts really tying the dots and starts saying Trump made in America, this is going to be fucking beautiful. But other than that, just be cautious. We already have plays, so I wouldn't really be adding to anything unless it's mad red already. But yeah, it's kind of the way this developed though. It's kind of like
smaller proportion of the
it's abnormal. That's all I can say.
It's still extremely important.
Senator Reid asked you why free trade doesn't work when one of the giant players doesn't abide by the rules.
Yeah, $2 up. It's not loading.
The Fed has a mandate to maximize employment.
X is still going. Watch those steel plays.
How do you account for the whole industry that is repeatedly suffocated by unfair competition?
I know we made those March plays in anticipation. It just lagged, and then the CEO bullshit
policy.
too.
But
hey, better late than never. This is going to be good for the shares
we don't really
and all.
have a role in focusing specifically.
Either way, though, Intel should be on watch now, not for any other reason except for political rumor.
Do you agree that a healthy manufacturing
this is getting
economy
too out of hand?
to a healthy
It hasn't moved
overall
like
US
this in
economy,
years.
though?
I do.
Or at least a year.
I hope you had an opportunity to read Robert Lighthizer February 6th
Elf
essay
on
in the
the
New York
high
Times.
and
He
Apple
explains
again,
why a
UNH
big
moving
trade
around.
imbalance between any two countries is harmful to citizens in both of those countries. How does the Fed take the trade deficit into account in your decision-making at all?
Again, we really don't. We're aware of it, but it's not something that directly affects our mandate goals.
So not at all?
No. I did read his book, by the way. I didn't read that editorial.
Fair enough. It is a good book as well. I want to get into tariffs. It's no secret that most conventional economists hate tariffs. But I want to note that Indiana gained manufacturing jobs during President Trump's first term with the 2018-2019 tariffs. Even though the economists' conventional wisdom is that tariffs will reduce jobs, do you commit to following the data and not prejudge any outcome?
Very much so, as we did in 2018-19.
Finally, my staff reviewed the research paper on tariffs in preparation for this hearing, and I want to point out one of them called The Employment Consequences of U.S. Trade Wars. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this paper for the record. It found that the timing of tariffs are very important. It found that China's retaliation to President Trump's tariffs did hurt U.S. jobs, but if the U.S. had imposed tariffs on China much earlier in the 90s and early 2000s, it would have almost completely eliminated job losses due to the China shock. And I know you've said what you said before, but will you and your staff please take a look at this paper?
We certainly will. I imagine we already have, but I'd love to see it.
I appreciate that. Home ownership is an essential part of the American dream, but families are struggling to afford homes. In just 5 years, the price of a typical home in Indiana has gone up more than 60%. More than 3/4 of American families can't afford an average home in their neighborhood. How do the Fed decisions about monetary policy affect the ability of regular families to buy a home?
Punt to the long end.
So most of what will have driven that increase will be about, some of it's about local regulation, as you, I'm sure, know. It's also about just wages going up and costs of materials and things like that going up. And land costs and all that are going up a lot. The channel that through which we affect housing is, of course, interest rates. And right now, interest rates are still pretty high, but actually, mortgage rates are really not set at the Fed. Those are really key off of
You guys
longer
are so
run things.
terrible.
Nonetheless, we're clearly having an
Now
effect
they're going
on
back
the-
to,
on
now they're
the
like, well,
housing market,
mortgages
and
are on the
that'll
long.
unwind
No one
as
said
we
that in
normalize
September when you
policy.
cut rates, sir.
But we're still going to be faced with high insurance costs.
So now
and
the
high
mortgages
material
are
costs
Trump
and labor
investments'
shortages and all the
responsibility.
things that keep driving housing prices up across the country.
Thank
I mean, he's not wrong, but it's just weird that they never really said that.
Next
till
will be
recently.
Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Powell, just kind of running along that vein of thought, the housing costs are one of the top concerns of my constituents in Arizona. From 2010 to 2022, rents in Arizona increased by 72%, and I wish wages were as increased to match, but they did not. And the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate has been above 6% for nearly 30 months. With very few rate cuts anticipated in the near future, potential
JB
cost
Hunt, a couple
increases
travel
from
names are on
tariffs
the
or
high.
imported
Yeah,
construction
Spies ain't moved
materials,
here, bro. It's been
as
almost
well
an
as
hour and
the
a half.
demand that we're gonna
You're
see
just
in
burning
terms of
premium on
rebuilding,
this.
From California and labor shortages. What do you think needs to happen to make housing more affordable in Arizona and the United States in general?
Nuclear on the
housing
low,
policy
NNE.
and things to
check if
things to
Oklo and the
help
other
housing
ones follow.
supply are really in your wheelhouse, not ours.
Yeah, all of them.
I do think the housing markets around the country are still suffering from the after effects of the pandemic. Once that's all the way through and short-term rates are down to normal, whatever the new normal level is, I think housing costs are still going to be high. I think it's still going to be expensive to build housing in many parts of the country where lots of the urban areas, the obvious places to build housing has happened. So I think it's a long-term. There's a short-term problem which will go away in coming years, but there's a longer-term problem with housing availability, and that's going to be something that's not within our authorities or power to affect.
One of the things that I've seen in Arizona is because we have people that are locked into mortgages at 2.9, 2.8%. And in order for them to move to the new house, they're going to have to essentially go and try to get, quote unquote, a bigger house, but the mortgage payment is going to be through the roof. And while I know the Fed doesn't set the mortgage rate. At the same time, one of the biggest drivers, obviously, of inflation, especially in places like Arizona, is housing costs. And then one of the biggest decisions
you're 15 minutes past your own close.
on whether
Buy
or
is
not to
unchanged.
move
NASDAQ
rates
barely read.
is inflation, which is driven by housing costs. So we're in this kind of perpetual vicious circle
watch bonds.
In Arizona when it comes to interest rates. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but I just want to at least for there to be some understanding on that, because it's the reason we're not breaking out of this cycle is because the problem kind of feeds itself over and over and over again.
Yes, that's exactly what's going on. But it's not obvious, though, that lower rates would lead to lower housing inflation, because, of course, that would increase housing demand. It would unlock people's, low mortgages, but that creates both a buyer and a seller. So it's not clear that would be something that would drive down housing inflation.
Well, my supposition, especially in places like Arizona, which is really growing fast, is that by increasing supply with lower rates, you end up essentially having more of a competitive market, so people will start moving and essentially bring down the overall cost. But moving on, so I've also heard from businesses in Arizona, they're concerned about the threat of economic stability in tariffs that are imposed on our key U.S. trade partners. How should we expect prices to move for basic items like tomatoes, peppers, cars, and the like if we place a 25% tariff on Mexico next month, as the president has threatened?
So, as you know, we don't do tariff policy, and we don't do commentary on tariff policy. Just generally, when somebody's got to pay the tariff, and it can be the exporter, it can be the importer, right. It can be a middleman, and
somebody
can be the
pays
consumer.
for it, though.
Somebody does, but
right.
In some cases it doesn't reach the consumer much. In some cases it does, and it really does depend on facts that we haven't seen yet.
But that also contributes to some of the calculations on inflation overall.
It can, but
it's hard to predict.
There's a question of how persistent that would be and how large it would be.
Mm-hmm. So, and of course, I understand you're not here to specifically
XOM on the high, oil
trade
still depressed.
Policy, but overall, is it your opinion, let's just say a base opinion, that high tariffs can lead to higher costs, which would then end up being seen in terms of your inflation calculation that helps you set the rates?
So I'd say that's a possible outcome, which
that's
will
a
depend
stupid ass
very
question.
much on specific
Pal just have way
facts
more
about
respect
what's
than
being
I do.
tariffed, for how long, etc.
Because he's your peer, you're not mine. It's a stupid ass question. Asking a generic ass, basic ass thing to frame the whole entire complexity of the macro economy.
Powell, good to see you again.
Don't be a fool.
In the past 5 years alone, the national debt has exploded. Federal
I'm gonna go get a
spending
carbo.
and the
I
debt
need to
have
wake up a
increased
little
by
more.
more than 50%. Debt held by the public, or true debt obligation, has more than tripled during the past 15 years, reaching more than $28 trillion. All told, U.S. national debt is now over 120% of our GDP. And runaway spending contributed to a regressive tax on all Americans, a tax known as inflation. In the past 5 years, the cost of living has skyrocketed for working class Pennsylvanians, especially, as you and I discussed when we visited, those relying on fixed incomes. And unfortunately, that compounded effect of inflation has not been offset by commensurate rise in wages for many Pennsylvanians. I've heard from countless Pennsylvanians who had to count their dollars at the gas pump, cancel family trips, even tighten their belts at the dinner table because of inflation. So while we discuss these heady issues, let's not lose sight of the very real human cost of the decisions made by people sitting in this room. And given that cost, I'd like to ask you about the national debt and the cost of financing it. We now spend more to service the debt annually than we do on national defense. So how concerned are you about the accelerating pace of government borrowing and the borrowing
Nuclear play
cost,
still on the low.
which will
affect
families
WGC
in
got
the
washed.
form of higher mortgage rates?
Hey, yo.
Yeah, we don't comment on fiscal policy other than to say that, as my predecessors have said, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. It's not that the level of spending or the level of the debt
I don't see anything on it.
It's that the path is unsustainable, and ultimately the level of the debt will be. So it's
I see 20
there's
minutes
no time
ago,
like the president
there
to
was an
start
analyst-
working on this. The
analyst
longer we
meeting.
wait, the more painful it will be.
Starts at 9,
It's
Investor
something
Day.
we need to do, and we'll
That's
have
why
to
you don't
do
have a
in
headline
the
on
long
it.
run, and the short run
They're
is
having
better than the
Investor
long
Day
run for
conference
that.
right now.
And just as a practical matter, how do you
They're gonna
factor
provide
that
financial
into your
targets.
policy thinking and decisions?
We don't. We're
So we can't
here
listen
to
to
achieve
both of them.
maximum employment and price stability, and it's really up to Congress to deal with fiscal issues, and we leave that to you.
Well, just as a more practical question, I think which falls clearly in your bailiwick, because of that national debt, it's caused the supply of U.S. Treasuries needed to finance the debt to skyrocket. And that's at the same time the Fed is shrinking its holdings of Treasury.
Again, man, more nuclear AI weakness, but SPY has not really reacted.
Or could
AI
you
again on the
give
low,
us some
all those big
insight
tech
into
names.
the impact that this is having on the Treasury market as investors must absorb that supply? And in particular, I'm interested in how the biggest holders of U.S. Treasuries, how their behavior is changing as debt increases.
So this is a real Treasury question, but I think from our standpoint, I can say that there are lots of
Trump
buyers
says
for
he's
Treasuries,
sending Treasury
but,
Scott Bessent to Ukraine. Yeah, that
Treasury
was earlier.
buyers are going to be
He's confirming. We had
factoring
that
in
in the
their
AM.
assessments of the supply.
So watch
that's
out. It's the
coming,
first.
and
This is
that
the
may be
lowest you've
part
been
of
in
the
like an
reason why the
hour.
term premium
So
has
watch out
increased,
here. And
as
again,
you
it's the
know,
same like AI
over the
dynamic.
course of
That
this
little
year,
AI
although,
rumor was weird.
The rates have
Again,
been
there was
going
like
up
bad
and
news
down
out of the
lately.
Paris
They're
summit,
almost back
but
to where they were,
I don't know if it was enough to
before the
bring us
election.
down. But all the
I know the
Microsoft
Fed
Meta started
has
selling
been
off.
moving forward with comprehensive changes to the stress test process. Could you discuss how you're thinking about reducing the volatility of the results and increasing transparency on the stress test?
So on transparency, we're going to release the models, clean them up and publish the models, put them out for comment. In terms of volatility, we're also going to release the stress test scenarios before we implement
starting
them.
to break down. I
In
think
terms
the
of
premiums are
volatility,
cheaper,
what
though.
we said we would do is average the changes to, the problem is the stress capital buffer can be moving up and
premium. So
down
you're
just
lower
because of
by like half a
volatility in the
point, and then the
results,
premiums are the same
it
prices
seemed
like
a good
right
idea
here.
to smooth that out by averaging over a couple of years.
Intel's
We're putting
not
all this out
dumping,
for
but it's
comment,
chilled
though,
down
and,
1% from
ultimately
being up 10.
We'll reflect those comments in the final decisions we make.
Thank you. I'll yield back my time.
I yield back. Okay, breaking down a little bit.
Senator
No headline, but once
Rochester.
again, nuclear AI.
Thank you, Chair and Ranking Member.
Trump
and
says war
thank you,
must
Chairman
end
Powell. It's
and
good
will
to
end
see you,
soon.
and thank you for meeting with me last week. We discussed everything from jobs and housing supply to the real impact on Fed policies on all
It's
of
either
our
algos
lives.
or I think there's going to
And
be an
I
AI
also
rumor
got a
or
chance to
something
share
AI
with you
related
just
is going to
the,
come out later. I'm just
concerns
guessing,
and
but
consternation of
that was
Delawareans
when everything
who,
stopped.
for the past few weeks, have been frightened by firings and funding freezes, and just the real impact on people's financial and personal data and information when, DOJ has access to this information. I'm hearing from my constituents as well about the potential shuttering of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. As Senator Warnock mentioned, CFPB has returned over $21 billion to millions of consumers, and that's a real impact. But I want to also highlight that it was your leadership in the Fed working with Congress and the Biden administration to really help answer that question that you were asked about if you had the choice to switch countries with France and Germany and others, that you said no, you'd rather be here. And that success is a testament to all of us. We came together during a really tough economic time.
Senate voted 52 to 46 to invoke cloture and activate Tulsi Gabbard's nomination.
It limited the recession
and then look at weed. Trump, Terry Cole will be the next DEA officer.
But we also have
So if she's
grappled
bullish
with
on weed,
inflation
that'll be
that drove
bullish.
prices up for so many
Nope.
goods. And I've worked to address one part of this phenomenon,
Yeah, that's coming
our
out now.
supply chain disruptions. In fact, I recently joined Senators Cantwell and
YouTube
Blackburn
kicking you guys out
to
right now.
reintroduce the bipartisan Promoting
You guys still
Resilient
hear me?
Supply
Came
Chains
back up.
Act to address supply chain vulnerabilities. And while we see indications
And then
that
SPY
inflation may be
CRM now,
slowing,
bro, another
too
one.
many of our constituents
Another
are
tech
still
name
facing
down.
high prices and economic
Low-key,
uncertainty.
SPY's holding up, but NASDAQ has been
We need
dumping
to do
there.
everything that we can to address this anxiety and the realities that Americans are facing. And there seems to be a disconnect. While the economy is doing, well here, on the ground, people aren't really feeling that. So, Mr. Powell, can you talk about from your perspective, just what is driving this disconnect between traditional economic indicators, such as GDP growth and the stock market performance,
and
the
Nvidia's
tangible
finally there. It
benefits
is
for families?
I wanted that move earlier, but the premiums didn't go. So the velocity looks big, but premiums are up 2 cents from buying here.
4%
it's actually kind of weird.
Inflation down to 2.6%.
But again, I think it's something AI brewing. But other than that,
these
this isn't.
These are good numbers.
You don't have anything else happening.
What people are feeling is the results.
But now
of several
Nvidia
years
did
of
finally
inflation,
move.
particularly for people in the low and moderate income category. They're really feeling it. So if you look at the earnings releases and press conferences that they do, that companies like the dollar stores and things like that do, who deal a lot with low and moderate income people, they're all telling you that those consumers are feeling really strapped. So we do understand that, and we try to keep that in mind. Even though we acknowledge that the overall data are good, we see what people are feeling, and that's inflation. So it's just another reminder how much people hate
PGR on the high,
inflation,
and then
how bad
AKRO,
inflation is for
SMCI
people
dying
by
now.
inflation. And
SMCI
this furthers our resolve
flushing.
to get inflation back.
Again, they have earnings after the bell. It's down 6 now.
One of the big areas that I focus on, you've heard many of us across the aisle talk about the housing crisis that we have in this country. And I know a few others have asked questions previous to me about this, but I would love to follow up afterwards with specifically what you think are the short-term and long-term things that we can do to really address the housing supply and affordability crisis. I have legislation that looks at things like reducing regulatory barriers, zoning reform, these things that we know we can, in partnership with local governments, make a significant difference. And so if I could, would love, again, to follow up with you, even cutting red tape, those kinds of things that we can do long-term and short-term. But I did want to mention one last thing in the 20 seconds that I have. The Fed listens, things that you do, activities that you do. Could you talk a little bit about that as well? Because working people, a lot of times people don't feel that they have a place in these kind of conversations, but can you talk about what the Fed does with Fed listens?
So briefly, we did this as part of our review 5 years ago, and we do it on an ongoing basis now. And the idea is that we break out from the usual people that we talk to, which is a pretty diverse group, and try to deal directly with people who are experiencing the economy and our policies. And it's quite eye-opening to listen to people talk about it. We had one person at the Chicago conference 5 years ago who said the expansion, which was then 9 years old, is just reaching my community. And he talked for some minutes about how companies were going into prisons and finding people who weren't going to get out for a year or two.
Nvidia again, another low.
Stuff like that. You could hear a pin drop. It was very telling stuff. So I think we learned from all that, and so we'll keep doing it.
Well, I will end by saying there's a famous quote, I think it's Martin Luther King, we may have come over on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. We need to get it together. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Blunt Rochester. Senator Marino.
Chairman, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time on the phone the other day. Appreciate that very much. Just to ask you a broad general question. When you increase M2, the money supply, by 40% over a short period of time, is that going to drive inflation?
It could. Well,
good question.
As I think we discussed, monetary aggregates have not been a great predictor of really any other thing. But I think when there's a sharp increase like that in M2, then that could, that's something that might cause some inflation.
Now, is that just to be clear for the people watching, that happened because of public policy in this institution here, correct? In other words, there wasn't a civilian-led effort to increase government spending outside of the elected leaders that chose to make those decisions.
I think that was part of it. I think there were just a lot of causes in the inflation that we saw, but that, it's fiscal policy, it was monetary policy, it was just closing and reopening the economy.
But again, you're coming down now, volume picking up, Nvidia. This may be that AI. Oh, there you go.
Inflation everywhere in the world, really.
Man,
whether
I think we
people
knew
did a lot
it,
of
but
fiscal
it just
policy
did it
or not.
slow
So,
again.
But there were many
Let's see if that's not the final wick or not.
But just to be clear, it wasn't the citizens of the country making those decisions. Those were elected leaders choosing to close the economy. Businesses didn't decide one day to close, didn't decide to not be able to go to work. Those were decisions made by policymakers, correct?
Yes.
So it's a little disingenuous to be hear my colleagues talk about how they care so much about inflation when in reality they cause it. But I don't want to continue that. I'd ask you a question just out of curiosity, because you worked at the Department of Treasury. At what point did you think they were going to run out of ink? Did that concern you, that maybe it was possible that they were printing so much money that the Treasury would have to find alternate ink suppliers?
Didn't occur to me, but good question.
So along those lines, something that concerns me a lot is the idea that we would even look like China in any way. So can I have your commitment that as long as you're the chairman of the Federal Reserve System, that we will never have a central bank digital currency?
Yes.
Thank you for that. I think that's extremely important. It makes me very happy to hear you say that. Shifting gears to a little bit something that matters to me and entrepreneurs all over the country.
An hour ago,
is why can't
we were starting to watch
somebody
Weird
money at
Movement,
6
and we were
p.m.
talking about it. Yeah, and Bitcoin was dropping too. Now it's doing round 2. But now they're all coming down.
Wires are cleared every day, all day. I think that would be very, very helpful to businesses.
Yeah, I did make a play. I haven't been telling y'all.
So that's
y'all
coming.
didn't
It's just
get anywhere
coming
near the
slowly.
2,000 likes,
Fed
but yeah,
Now.
you
We'll
have
get in
them.
touch with you about
So my
Fed
bad. I did
Now.
it in
We
the video
provide that
put.
service
I called out a
between
couple
two
on the
banks,
stream
and,
alerts. I did one
others wanna
closer to the
provide it
money.
too, but yes, we do
But I
kind of
called
lag
2 to
a lot
watch.
of other
Wait till I go
countries in
down
that,
because I
and
bought
it
into
is
a
time
red.
for
I
that to
flipped the
happen.
SPY put 2 there for a
I know
loss.
I don't
That's
wanna
how I
put
knew
you on
the
the spot,
prices.
but to
But
put you on the
yeah, you guys
spot.
got to like the videos or I'll shut up.
FedNow was very familiar with it, but it was a little bit late in coming. Can we get a commitment to do that this year so that by the end of this calendar year, businesses can transact?
Yeah, bro. No, it was that whatever that AI
payments.
thing. They all started going, and
They can
NVIDIA
do
held
that
up.
now on, I believe they can do it now.
So
on
we'll
Fed
see.
Now, and they can also do it on the RTP system as well. So I think it's available. Let me check in and I'll follow up with you.
That'd be great. One other piece of the puzzle here is what do you think the Fed can do to fight international terror groups? For example, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, the proxies that are funded by places like Qatar. Do you think that we're doing enough to keep them outside of the banking system? Because at the end of the day, terrorism is ultimately funded by these
now
bad
the
actors.
spy options are
I
gaining
met with
premium.
the hostage families.
I should have
this
held
morning.
that
It was
one.
heart-wrenching to hear stories about
Actually, it's only 4 cents,
kids
and
that
the
my
videos are
kids'
hitting better.
age,
Shit.
being held for almost 500 days. The Qataris are obviously completely complicit in all this. What can we do? What advice would you have that we can do?
SMCI
to make
still
certain
too
that,
now.
we bring these terror groups to their knees.
You know, we do enforce the money laundering laws very, very strictly.
Oh, yeah.
And but it's a tough question. You know, it's a huge focus in international meetings and things like that. But you're right. It's
weird because
really
that was
hard to nail
decent
it down,
velocity, but the
particularly
spy
if it's
one's
all
not
happening
moving. But that look in
overseas.
the NVIDIA now.
But we can
That
do what
play's
we can
gone
do with our
20%
banks.
faster than
We don't
any
wanna
of them
make
today.
It so costly though that they debank people because they're so worried about violating the
EIA sees oil output of
laws. I mean,
13.5
that's
versus
some of
forecast
what's
of
happening,
13.55.
according to the banks, is that
a
they're
little
so
higher.
afraid that there might be money laundering that they just cut people off at the first flag, as opposed to perfectly legal businesses are being thrown out because of their fear of.
And then
being
SPY
caught
still,
doing
it's
money
still picking up. You got
laundering. So I think
WDC
there's
on
a
the
balance
low.
there, but no, it's
I don't think
a
it's
really,
anything,
really
bro.
hard project.
I'm telling you,
and one to spend a
everything
lot of
that
time
I was monitoring,
Thank you,
only
Charlie.
thing moving is Bitcoin. But like
Thank you, Senator Marino.
everything is
The,
moving very
patient and
slow. I
persistent
think there was
Senator
some new info that came out
Thank
around
you. I
here.
wanted to
That's why I
make
was
sure
saying
some of my
AI
colleagues
rumor,
had a chance
and
to
then
run off
nothing
some
else
of their
happened.
meetings, and I've
And
enjoyed
then now
being
we're
able to
just
listen to you,
chilling.
Chairman, to be
So,
able
but
to
nothing is
hear,
moving dramatically. It's
some of
very
your
odd.
articulation here. I just want to share with you. I did a
EIA
telephone town
numbers
hall
coming
last
in.
night, and I'm glad to hear some of my other colleagues as well. And there is a lot of anxiety right now by the American people in trying to understand what's happening and seeing and interpreting what's happening on the news. I guess I just
the
want to
premiums
ask
came
you,
back, but they're moving
if you were
10%,
for
20%,
your words of how you
very
would
slowly.
explain to the American people the importance of.
But let's see. We don't know what this is from. This is like a mix of natural movement, but I think there was bad
point
news
is,
at the AI summit. That's what we
that
heard, but
we'll make
the
better
market
policy,
just didn't
we'll keep
react for an
inflation
hour. Now
lower
NVIDIA's going.
if we just focus on doing our job and stay out of politics, stay out of elections, don't try to favor or to hurt any political party, any political figure, just focus on the data. if we start putting up political filters, we'll be no good. We'll be less effective at our already quite difficult job.
Yeah, like cutting rates
And,
ahead of the election.
I do think that's broadly understood. I think there's broad support up here in both political parties and on both sides of the Hill. I think that there is a decent degree of support for continued independence. That's not to say we shouldn't be accountable. We should be very accountable and transparent about what we do. We should be up here explaining what we do and why to our oversight body, which is this committee and then the same committee on the House side. So that's what I would say.
Making decisions about your core mission about
you haven't posted
stability
any place.
and
I'm
about
disappointed
growth,
in you.
but not thinking about it in terms of the context of an election cycle, for instance. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
I wanted to just shift gears a little bit, but similar type topic. There's been a lot of attention to the role of public servants within
another
our
low.
government. And,
I mean, again, you're just back to where we started in the morning, but now
how many to
that's
have.
it. And premiums just went 20, 30% on that.
You could speak to the role of the Federal Reserve employees, their qualifications, and more importantly, like their importance to the mission and being able to engage. How important are they to the work that you are trying to do towards stability and growth?
So I'm very proud to be associated with the people of the Federal Reserve, and I'll give you an example why. When the pandemic hit, kind of out of the blue, and economies all over the world are shutting down, the U.S. Treasury market is stopping to function, companies can't roll over their commercial paper, economists are writing about a depression. People at the Fed who went through the global financial crisis 10 years before step forward and say, we got this, we know what to do. Here's what we do with the Treasury market, here's what we do with money market funds, here's what we do with the companies that can't get any financing. The
Bro, low
markets were
ticker picking up.
closed.
You still got names on the high,
Companies
but
were having
yeah,
maturing debt that they
that's
had to
it.
roll
Whatever,
over.
there's
The people
nothing,
who
but I
knew
think it's
what
that
to
first
do
rumor
in
we
that
were talking about.
pretty
No
dire
confirmation yet.
emergency
Now
were
you got
working at the Federal
Oracle and other
Reserve
big
and other
tech.
places, but I will tell
SMCI
you,
stopped. It was Oracle,
impressive.
Amazon,
And I
Microsoft.
think
Look
if
at
you
all of
could
them.
have seen
Apple's the only one holding.
the way people react and how hard they work and how much they know and how well it worked. Really, our work during the acute phase of the crisis was very successful, and it's entirely due
Rumor
to the
tariffs
knowledge
on
base that
Taiwan. I don't
resides
see
with
that
the
yet.
Career people at the Fed.
So Chad is saying a rumor on
Would
Taiwan.
you say that
Let's
the
see.
Fed is overstaffed?
I think AI rumor was
No,
the
I
earlier
would
one.
say
Again,
that,
nothing is confirmed.
overworked, maybe not overstaffed. Everybody at the Fed works really hard. It's a place where people work.
And a lot of
very
this
hard.
conversation right now about staffing numbers at different departments and agencies.
No, I don't
it's
know
going
where you're
back to this
seeing that.
sense
I don't
of,
think that one's as
the
credible.
taxpayer dollar, in terms of
There
accountability.
is people
But I guess
talking
I just wanted to
Taiwan
ask you,
scrambles
is the
to
Fed
appease
paid
Trump tariff.
for by the taxpayer
But I don't
dollars?
see,
Can you
that
explain
one's
to us what
not,
the burden is
not
on the
as much.
taxpayer?
So
I think
we're
something happened
self-funding,
with AI at
through
Paris.
our-
That was the
our
only
large
thing. There
balance
was a
sheet.
report. It was
So
credible.
when it comes to the staffing,
it just didn't
at
seem that
the Federal
big.
Reserve not coming from the taxpayers.
Prime
is that
Minister
right?
Netanyahu, if Hamas does not return hostages by Saturday, ceasefire
all
will
of our
end.
profits we give back to
Spy
Treasury,
dumping
and
again.
those profits would
Watch
be
Bitcoin too.
higher
Yeah,
if we
really,
didn't pay
Bitcoin
for
is the only
for
thing
the Fed.
moving.
So in fairness, it does ultimately it's ultimately paid for by the taxpayer. But in that sense, we're self-funded.
Self-funded.
Yeah.
Just one last question here. You talked about the different actors that are involved when it comes to levying tariffs in terms of paying that the exporter, the importer, the consumers, the middleman
I'm
could
telling
be
you,
part
dude,
of
it's
that.
something AI.
I guess I just wanted to ask you, do you know of any...
I could be wrong, but I was telling you here, I even made a play on it, but it just feels like there's something lurking with AI, but like you don't really know. So yeah, all of them are kind of doing the same move, and it seems dramatic, but remember, we were down from tariffs. Otherwise, we technically are not moving on anything specific, right? So you got people yelling out rumors right now. We have our own, but generally, I mean, we don't really know yet. So keep that in mind as we move forward, but you're definitely getting your first shakeup here following everything.
And that is about law enforcement.
What the fuck is she back?
If you keep the laws the same on the books, but you fire the cops, you're going to have a lot more crime. That's kind of law enforcement 101.
Oh, yeah, Elizabeth.
And the problem
Did
we've
you
got
learn
right
that
now
at
is the law in the
Pocahontas
books
School?
about consumer
The fuck you
protection
mean?
hasn't
That's
changed.
law enforcement 101.
But the cops, at least right at this moment, have been told at CFPB to stand down. And I appreciate that we have state AGs who step in, and often they partner up with the CFPB. But there is no one else for the giant banks who actually does what's called the bank examination, the supervision. And that is so important. Remember the Wells Fargo
You need
scandal,
a supervisor.
where Wells Fargo was illegally
Bro,
opening
AIFF, this
fake
thing still go.
accounts
Remember
in
Firefly? I
people's
told you they had
names.
a partner.
You find that through bank
I think it was NVIDIA.
examination,
But yeah, that
not
thing's literally,
because
we saw it
the
last at
person who got
50%. It's up
cheated could
250 now.
figure it out. Bank
So
of
that's your
America
small cap runner.
gets hauled in
Watch the
because
big tech,
bank
again, NVIDIA
examiners
near the low.
discovered they were charging people illegally
Intel's still
on
holding
junk
up.
fees. Nobody finds that but the people who are down in the banks doing the bank examination on behalf of the
Bitch, I could have told you that. Have you not seen Wells Fargo?
We tried a patchwork
Care
of law
4 is said to
enforcement
consider buyout of
for
Brazilian
consumers
unit
before
Atacado.
2008. We had all those laws scattered among 7 different
Okay,
agencies.
NVIDIA
and we
bouncing,
saw how
SPY,
it
there's a
ended.
couple names going
It
lower,
ended
but you're
with
kind of
millions of
stabilizing.
people losing
Premiums
their
just shot
homes,
down
millions
20%.
of people losing
We're
their
up
jobs,
40%, now they're
millions
up
of
only
people
20.
losing their savings. The CFPB is our law enforcement agency to make sure that the giant banks follow the rules on consumer protection. And for me, right now, I'd be really worried about doing business with a giant bank when there's no cop on the beat.
Thank you, Senator. I will recognize myself for just one question, and it'll even be relevant to your job, I promise, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for your patience and for being here. I wanted to follow up on there were some questions, or at least I know Senator Rounds asked a Basel III question, and your response was basically, let's get the people in place from the administration, and then we'll proceed again. Treasury Secretary Besson recently said that the banking system is, I believe, said, quote, well-capitalized, perhaps over-capitalized, unquote. And given that assessment, or if you agree with it, could you discuss the necessity of advancing a new Basel III proposal, specifically how updated regulation would impact the ability of the regional banks to compete with the big Wall Street banks? And what considerations should be taken into account to ensure that we have a competitive banking system? Because I know there's this
JD
concern
Vance
comes
blocking
and
my
goes.
intel. It's
And
okay.
for those of us who have
now he's
largely
helping it
regional
out.
banks, or
Remember, my whole value was for
community banks
shareholders.
and credit unions.
So if JD
competitive
Vance
system's really
brings
important. So
the
if you just answer
manufacturing
that,
to
and then I'll
America,
wrap
we
up.
win. If
Sure.
I become
So,
CEO, we win. So either way,
we're
we
eager
win.
to get together with,
God
with
willing.
new
Amen.
colleagues
Amen.
from the FDIC, new leadership at the FDIC and the OCC to try to finish Basel III. My own view has been that our banks are well capitalized, and Basel III was not supposed to be an exercise in raising capital in U.S. banks. Mario Draghi said that. Dan Tarullo said that back in the day, I believe. So I think that's about right. We have some work to do, but we'll get there, I believe, fairly quickly. In terms of your regionals, they don't face the GSIB surcharges. They don't face quite the burden that the large banks face on resolution planning and that sort of thing. So we certainly need those
Wall
banks
Street
to
Journal
be healthy
putting out advanced AI
and
article,
profitable because we
yeah.
need them to compete with the GSIBs.
I mean, it's good, but doesn't
We
it
don't
seem
want a world
obvious?
where the
Everybody was like,
GSIBs just
Trump,
keep getting a
America,
bigger and
now the
bigger
chips. I
share
don't
of
get
the
it.
Economy. That's not what
That's
we're
why I'm
looking
like,
for.
why is this?
And that's what a lot of
but 10%,
pressure.
I'll take it.
We've seen the number of community banks, especially, declining for 30 years.
Yes.
And this is not
Looks
something
like the majority of the globe has
has
agreed that open source is the way forward, lines up with software falling. Yeah, again,
that's
they
one
all
thing.
just
We
got
don't
whacked
want
like
to
silently,
be
and then now we had
inadvertently
this
causing that to
reaction.
happen.
But
So as you look at a
we still don't
Basel
have
III
any like
exercise,
official confirmation.
Can you think of anything specifically
that's
that
it.
ensures
But then again,
that
it took us a while on
competitive,
Intel 2 today.
Diverse banking system is maintained rather than a consolidation, whether it's fewer community banks into more regional banks or fewer regional banks into more Wall Street banks?
Well, I just think you think twice before you impose the kinds of things that we impose on the largest banks and the next to largest banks. You want to be careful not to just think we should do exactly the same thing. It's what tends to happen is
Intel's coming down again.
smaller
Watch
banks, it
regionals
raises the
too.
Fixed costs.
This Basel
That's what
III
it
question is
does.
always
Banking,
good.
and it makes it harder to start new banks.
SAP
and
leads
makes it
German
harder
DAX to
for,
new highs,
any but the
15%.
largest to be
the DAX.
successful. So that's not what we want. We want a lot of competition, and these
That lines
regionals,
up. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That was the
important
rumor
that they
couldn't find an
thrive.
agreement. That's why I said
I
keep
agree,
an eye
and I
out
agree with
for
your
it. But
assessment. So thank you for that.
I didn't
Thank
know
you
how
for,
big of an effect, but it
staying
just
with
hit
us
later.
for the day, and glad we could get you first. So as we wrap up, for senators who wish to submit questions for the
Wrapping
hearing
up.
record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Tuesday, February 18th.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Chair Powell, you have 45 days from that day to submit your response to questions for the record. Thank you. The committee stands adjourned.
No.
Thank you.
Oh. All right. Well, I needed to go to the bathroom, but yeah, so we're reacting. Powell didn't say much. Again, we're actually going to be listening to him tomorrow. If you guys remember on the watch list, we pretty much said this wasn't going to be a big deal. There was a couple of questions, but now I don't have any confirmation. Again, people in the chat, you guys are talking about it, but long story short, there was the AI summit. They didn't agree to a deal of like everybody working together. JD Vance and a couple of other people, even Starmer, and a lot of others said that it wasn't too optimistic, but we didn't move for like an hour, and then we started selling off in an hour now all these AI names, but it's hard to tell if that's really it. So we're still going to clarify that or categorize that as rumor, but other than that, I mean, we got, 2.5 hours here till, like, middle of the day? It's still pretty early. That Powell lasted for about 2 hours here, 2 hours 15. So not so bad, my friends. We do have CPI tomorrow morning, yes. So that is the other thing. I mean, it's very simple. A hot CPI is bad, and then everything else is going to be straight. All right, the premiums on the puts are already dying, so be careful. This next bounce, if it doesn't come back, that's going to wipe some of those premiums. CPI and then Powell. You joined the channel, baby. Welcome. I hope you got a long term. That's the thing you got to join above all else. Oh yeah, let me see. I'll free the chat. You guys had a lot of feedback during Powell, so I thought I would just keep the feedback to those who were paying for it, if that makes any sense. But yeah, so now that Powell and the drama is out of the way, I will free you guys. You kind of like members only chat, says everybody with a membership. Yeah, that's usually how it is, man. That's usually how it is. So there you go. Well, I think we just got a little bit of a flush there. And then again, we had your boy Powell. But other than that, though, I mean, again, I don't think unless we get any other headlines, that might be it. Gold and commodities, it's the same situation. Literally the tariffs. So those metal tariffs on steel, like I'm telling you, that was the most sweeping tariff that Donald Trump has done because it affects everybody. So that's why people are getting worried about gold, because you got to realize it. The next thing that'll happen is it's gonna lead into gold probably. Imagine if they can't get a deal with Ukraine or what, and then Disney is changing DEI to focus more on business outcomes? No. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, that's bullish for Disney. Well, dude, we're about to get... Oh, no way. Dude, we're about to get a new Wonder Woman movie, and it's actually going to be a woman. That's it. If this is true, this is insane. No, yeah, Axios reporting now. They're going to focus on business outcomes. Instead, oh, what? That's crazy. Oh, I don't know, man. I didn't think that would happen. I never thought the day would happen where they were like, yo, we should maybe focus on our business. You know what I'm saying? They're like, yo, maybe we should be guided by how we spend money on how it makes us money. It's a crazy idea, I know. I haven't seen it in at least 4 years. Wow. Well, there you go. Well, that's Disney. And then TSM, all right, you are now washed on the NVIDIA puts. 40% to back to 5. You bought 100 Disney. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. And then bonds from the low. And then SPY at VWAP. So, again, we're just dancing on rumor, bro. We're not really dancing on any headlines. Again, we're still waiting for reciprocal tariffs, too. But you're probably going to get that at the end of the day, just like the other days there. Yeah, TSM, Broadcom moving up again. All the chip plays. I think everyone except Intel, but they're still up 8, which is insanity. Pfizer near the low. TKO at the high. Oh yeah, where the fuck is Win, bro? So Win could keep dropping, but this starts to look good. Because remember I told you Win kind of goes inverse to the SPY? It like follows along with tariffs and then it inverses. So yeah, we started going up and then it went down. Why sell covered calls on Intel? If the premiums are good, usually like some old premiums came back on Intel, but just make sure that you're going to guarantee yourself a good price and high premium, but do the math on it. So for every 100 contracts or every one contract is like what, $2,000, $3,000 maybe. So just determine how much you're getting back. Otherwise, don't forget, easy money market. You could get paid 4% right now doing nothing. Yeah, the case against New York Mayor Adams for bribery that was dropped yesterday, or they were instructed to drop it. So not too bad. Not too bad, my friends. Yeah, Nimbus has been doing good all day. Let's see. I'm looking at a contract. I mean, there's been a lot of tariffs that affected Brazil, but they haven't really reacted how I thought. So I would kind of wait, but it's a good idea. A lot of the aluminum or not aluminum, steel and other commodities, even agriculture, it's affected to Brazil, but so far the reaction has been small. I think because I think Brazil can pivot. So that's what I was trying to show you guys yesterday. This is the part I think a lot of people are missing, is that you got to realize like Brazil tariffs us a lot, but like in a weird way, even reciprocal tariffs, they might stay the same spot. It just depends what they do. But also too, you got to think about it. Like if we have a bad relation, and I don't know, this is all very early right now, but let's say hypothetically, if we do escalate with China on agriculture, we can go to Brazil probably for some other stuff. And that's kind of where I think people are viewing it. But in a weird way, reciprocal tariffs, they should level out. But then anything else, they could either be a big winner or big loser, depending on who else we align with. But I have no idea. So I wish I could give you a better answer, but that's what I'm thinking about there. Trump asked about Israeli annexation of West Bank, says that it's going to work out. I tell you, Gaza, things are going according to plan. But if they don't return the hostages tomorrow, hell will break loose. You have till 12 a.m. on the dot, like Cinderella, and then you'll see. So yeah, Gaza is still according to plan, according to Trump. TSM back up, NVIDIA back up too. I'm back to break even on my contract. I think I got him right here. Little scared. So that was it. That little bounce and pop off, nothing. Whoop. You guys got the Disney calls on the lack of DE. I think it's bullish as hell. Bro, honestly, we got that early. It's like a 1% move, but Disney's already up a lot. Again, we're still killing it in the long term, but yeah. Ken Griffin, thank you to Musk for government spending cuts. Yeah, Disney is news that they're saying they want to focus on business outcomes instead of DEI. I can't believe it. That's great, man. Trump, Palestinians will live safely in another location that is not Gaza. We know we'll be able to work out something. Yeah, bro, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think they're going to go to Egypt. Maybe Jordan, but yeah. That Disney thing was said yesterday on their call. Oh, really? Is it getting read? I think it was... No, it was Axios. Remember, you guys know Axios is a Reuters spinoff? So a lot of the head guys at Reuters, they started Axios. So in a weird way, some of those Axios headlines is like Reuters' baby brother. Trump says he believes 99% will be able to work out something with Egypt. Oh, come on, Trump. Habibi, I don't think... I tell you, attack the Josh. The Egyptians will do it. We bullied them in the 70s. We'll get them to do it again. They'll do it again, I'm telling you. That's it. We'll close our borders. We'll make everybody open theirs. Mirror Gaza. Buy a timeshare today with your Trump coin. Right now. Thank you. What the... I'm the greatest Egyptian you know. Statistically, I might be one of the only Egyptians you know. You don't really meet Egyptians too often unless you go to Dallas, Texas. If not, there's a lot of Egyptians in Dallas, Texas. Other than that, you don't meet too many Egyptians. So nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Do I F with Mo? I don't know who that is. I mean, respectfully, some of you take this offensively when I say it, but I don't mean to. That's not my intention. But I do plan on being directly honest with you. I don't F with anybody at all. Unless they were born in Bethlehem and their hometown was Nazareth, I don't give a shit. Respectfully. I have zero interest in anything. I am blinded by my own lane, my brother. So yeah, even if it's a comedian, I don't give a shit. I don't care unless they make me laugh one day. But even then, I don't give about anybody. That's it. I've made my mind up. So yeah. Oh, it doesn't mean I walk alone. I just don't. I am fully focused on what I'm focused on. I'm not Big Sean. No. Because then I would have to break out into another song and be like, ass. You remember that? Stop. I'll make that mother-in-law turn. No, so it's a long story, bro. At one point, that was a musical genre hit, if you don't recall, all over the radio. It's too early? It's not. If I turn members only on, we have a blast. So I think it's too early for you. Go take a nap. Get a long term. There you go. You woke up listening to Uncle. Amen. Amen. It's a good way to wake up. All right. No, I don't know about fidelity. I'd have to look at it on the daily. But I do need to go to the bathroom. It's 9:30. I didn't get to take my bathroom break, so I'll be right back.
They're not laying people off. Employment stays intact, consumption stays intact, and so does profit.
There are layoffs, but not a lot, to your point. But here's the real point. The real point is nobody believes that the 25% tariffs across the board, in steel, whatever, are going to come to fruition. Because if they did believe that, then the market would be a lot lower. So if it happens, then it's a different story.
Would it?
Oh, without a doubt. And let me tell you why.
I don't think it would be.
Let me tell you why. Because you've got companies, take GM, with an EBITDA margin, and profit margin of 6 to 8%.
Yeah, but GM's not the market.
No, but I'll go through them. You want me to go to retailers where the profit margins are 8 to 15%, except for like a Lulu that's over 20%. So the profit margins these companies have can absorb those tariff increases. It's not going to be the countries that absorb them. It's going to be the companies. So what that will do is it will increase inflation. That's undeniable. All the BS they talk about, the administrators talk about, it's not going to increase inflation. Of course it has, and of course it had.
Which is why when you look at Meta, which is going for 17 days in a row up, and Nvidia's going for I think 6.
Tariffs don't impact.
The tariffs don't matter now. Chip exports and things like that are obviously.
But it's interesting, Scott. If you take a look, and I looked at it before, don't know today, but I assume it hasn't changed. That over the last 30 days, every S&P sector is positive, and some around 5% or so, except for, services, tech services.
Tech is flat. Yeah. Discretionary is flat. Now, discretionary has been hurt by Tesla, obviously, which has a huge weighting within the discretionary space. Everything else year to date is up nicely.
Which is my point.
Com services 7%, materials up 6%, healthcare in 6%, and energy in 6%, and financials in 6%. Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you've been waiting for?
Yes. And if you look at the 493 stocks that are not the Mag 7 and go back a year ago, there was no profit growth. There was none. It was zero.
Right.
Okay, now you're looking at high teens growth in those stocks. That's why they're doing better. It's not that hard to figure out. It's the earnings growth is spreading out.
Weiss, why'd you trim some Microsoft? Why did you do that? I mean, the chart obviously doesn't look that great. Year to date, it's down 2.5%. It is the only I believe, stock out of the Mag 7 that's negative over the past year, down 2.5%.
Yeah, so...
now it's got OpenAI overhang, too.
Yeah, so I've trimmed it. I think that can be a positive, actually, because they're not exclusively tied to them. But I trimmed it for a few reasons. The first is I don't see the future this year changing all that much for them. So I didn't cut it completely. It's still a core position. But I did cut it because it is a permanent compounder, and we've been through periods of this before. So I don't think it's going to outperform. I wanted to lower some of my exposure to the market, and specifically to the Mag 7, and I want to have some more cash to deploy because I'm not so sure we're going to continue to go straight up.
But if you're worried about, you're talking about the consumer, and you're like, well, retail's a problem with tariffs. You just bought Dick's Sporting Goods again.
I did, and the reason for that is even when we go through a recession, not every retailer loses. There are some that have a unique value proposition, like in Netflix, for example, but also Dick's Sporting Goods. Sure, there are regional players in the retail sporting goods, but the management and the new management continues to excel.
So watch, that's going to pump it. Dick's Sporting Goods. Uber on the low, same thing with Humana. Again, Humana had bad earnings in the morning. They guided down, but then... they opened up higher. So, yeah, and then Disney went up, like, what, $2, $1.50 from the bottom? So, yeah, we'll see. ECB Schnabel, uncertainty in trade has increased dramatically. So, it's an ECB comment. Again, DKS just got mentioned there on CNBC. So, they're going up. You got some volume. Trump trolling global? I don't think he is. I think he's actually moving forward with the plan, and a lot of people are uneducated on the topic, and I think the media is more prone to get people to freak out. But just remember, we have gone through this in 2018. So like I was saying on the watch list yesterday, the steel tariffs in 2018, that was the first shot of the trade war. So that's why I'm saying, like, you have a lot of drama and people are being very, very dramatic. But when it's all said and done, I mean, we have only really discussed $50 to $60 billion in tariffs. And yeah, you're right. This is a very different trade war than 2018. And this is why I'm saying you guys need to watch the watch list because I'm covering all of this. You are just falling behind. Because, yes, here are the big differences between Europe, Germany, GDP, deficit, the manufacturing PMIs, and even the CPI. There's a lot of big differences. But like I'm saying, what is similar to 2018 is the phasing in of tariffs and where we're going. But again, if you are freaking out over about $50 billion of tariff risk right now, when there is trillions of dollars potentially on the table, we're talking $3.2 trillion. Does that seem reasonable to warrant your fear? Like, literally, here it is. All that really matters is your critical imports, which I've been saying for months. But, yeah, it's a drop in the bucket. But this is why, little by little, he's not trolling. He's just trying. We're setting up the process. Again, there's legal authorities and reasons they could do it, but it's all kind of leading into this slow process. And remember, it's day, 20 or something of the first 100 days. So, yeah. Well, the recession risk is part of it, but again, I'm not talking about that in the sense of I am just looking at economics, how many dollars of goods are being affected by tariffs, and how does this compare to the other trade war, and then how does this compare to the other instances where we have experienced inflation, which was 2008 and 1970, 2001 briefly, but yeah. So try to stay in tune with it if you care about it. Otherwise, no worries. But that's why I'm like, we got to be both patient, and even then, like, you're going to get your updates seemingly after the bell, and then just remember, when it's all said and done, all that really matters is whether or not inflation comes back or that deficit comes down. China DeepSeek may face regulatory actions in future, EU privacy watchdog says. I don't think, I don't know about recession, but I still believe in a hard landing. I've been the hard landing guy, man. I've been all about the hard landing. I really believe. But yeah, other than that, it's a matter of timing. And then again, the yield curve, but that's why in the meantime, until I see something totally terrifying or like objectively bearish to the point where, that's not good. I'm probably just going to be chilling. And that's why I've been saying diversification is going to be the answer. You need a little bit of cash, a little bit of growth, a little bit of value. Lock in a couple of dividends if the inflation or lack thereof or Fed policy gives you a discount on good growth. You buy it, but just balance a little bit of everything, equities to real estate, and then that's it. I would probably hold my long term through any potential hard landing unless I really knew it was gonna but my gut tells me to hold it and then position accordingly, because even then, like, I think our long-term will do good in a hard landing. As odd as that may sound, I think everything will come down, but I think our long-term will do good. If you haven't noticed so far this year, the long-term is outperforming the indexes like 6 to 7 to 1 right now. And that's assuming, that's with my plays. If you added a Palantir or you added any other growth name, you're outperforming because you have the China, the value, and the growth that's been doing good. So, yeah, I'm hard landing. I still believe in it, but I hope my diversification in cash, that should be able to help me before having to think about selling, because I do have a 10-year minimum plan. Hard landing would be great to buy everything. A hard landing, would it be a bigger play? It probably would be a bigger play, yes. If I really objectively can confirm it, I would probably scale in with a smaller size, and then I would try to hit it big. Trump asked if he planned to do development personally in Gaza. He says no. Trump asked under what authority the U.S. would take Gaza. He says under U.S. authority. So he's getting interviewed right now, bro. So again, what time is it? 9:30, a little early, but we are getting Trump comments. So these aren't going to be live, but that means the reporter is questioning him, and then you're going to hear these statements live shortly. This is such a different market. It's not, I promise you. That's what I'm saying. If you stick to a long-term plan, nothing has changed. It just fell in your favor. That's it. That's the only thing that has happened to this. Like, for real. If Joe Biden or if Kamala won, I just wouldn't be live. But my long-term would have been exactly the same, I think. We would have bought other plays, and I would have focused on some other things, but generally, there trading-wise, I mean, there was a moment where you had to be on your toes, but we are getting back to this kind of after-hours movement. But again, I mean, if you're worried about missing news, if you're here, I mean, I can almost guarantee we'll get it to you early. But don't be afraid to burn a couple. And like I'm saying, the broader long-term plan, it just fell in our favor. It's not even, and I do think there is a lot of noise for sure. But nothing really has changed from that element. Should you stack up cash until you're hard landing? If you're a baby back bitch, yeah. And why do I say that? It's a joke. If you take it personally, then you probably really are a baby back bitch. But what I mean by that is you could spend a lot of time doing nothing. And I've seen a lot of people, they spent their whole lives waiting for a crash and even when the crash happened, they waited more. So you're better off little by little, 20% cash. If the market drops 50%, 20% cash will get you 40% of what your long term's at today, if that makes any sense. With Tesla, I think Tesla, if there's the buyout, that's it. But otherwise, Elon, I mean, I know there's a lot of people that don't like Elon, but there's a lot of people that like Elon. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just think this time it hits different because you could hit peace Elon, but people just don't believe it the same way. That's it. Like, I'm sorry, just like 2 years ago when Wall Street Journal and Elizabeth Warren and all these people would like come after Elon, people believed it and people would get like really involved with it. But this time around, I mean, honestly, I just think Elon, a lot of people are forgetting, like, this is what some people voted for with Donald Trump. They wanted Elon and they wanted him to do all of this stuff. And now just with like the media and the lack of like DEI stuff, I mean, these hit pieces don't hit the same. So I think it's been down from the beginning of the year, and there's been some bills that don't necessarily benefit Elon, but I don't think any of this drama is actually affecting Elon just yet. I mean, again, we're still just dancing on like a lot of hypotheticals right now. You know, it's not, all you've had is really the tariffs. You got these random Trump comments. We're going to see how those follow through, but yeah, we're just still kind of odd, you know? You want to sell your Tesla? Well, do it. But I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that just, quite frankly, it's kind of like the Chad. I don't think you guys realize it. You get rid of all of the Elon haters who held the stock. You get rid of all the people who are dumping that shit for no good damn reason. I think it's a lot. Yeah, I think you're going to be left with a lot of people who own that stock for a different. Again, I don't own Tesla. You know what I'm saying? Remember that. Don't forget about that. I'm not really a big fan of the stock, to be honest with you. You know, but I really think at this point, if you're still like, oh, Elon pisses me off, I buy or sell, you should figure that out. I think a lot of those people are gone. I think now it's turning into people who are either financially invested on the numbers or they believe everything Elon touches turns to gold. And that's it. But, you know, there's some of you who might be in that spot where you're like, I'm selling, but I don't think that represents consensus at all. I think it's very far from, I think you're in a minority now, whereas like 2 years ago, I think you guys were the consensus. All the people who are like, I'm selling because Elon bought Twitter. You know what I'm saying? I'm selling because he's a Nazi. You know, all of that stuff I think was more popular 2 years ago. But now I think it's turning, you know, again, I think more shareholders are being involved in Tesla for the reasons they want to be. And if you are the type that wouldn't be a holder for some of the extracurriculars, I think a lot of those people have been wiped out. They may have made money, but I don't think they're in that stock anymore in the same amount. Looking to build. I do. It's on this channel. It was on my Twitter, but I posted the Uncle album instead. So if you go to my Twitter, you could get the Uncle album. But if you go to this channel, the one you're on right now, Stock Market Live, and click posts, all three long terms, the big one, 200 grand, 26 grand, and then 11 grand. They're all here, organized by the biggest positions, and then pay attention to which names are down, because those are a good place to start. Yeah, the Tesla cult is real, but that's why I'm saying, like, I don't think the people now, like, oh, I'm selling, and like, oh, Wall Street, it's not hitting the same way. Do you guys not remember that in a month, Wall Street Journal and politicians brought this stock from $315 to $100? Bro, we're talking in 2 months. You don't remember that? I would even argue the numbers were better here than they were here. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I think a lot of the people more susceptible to that, they already got their licks in there. But then again, I mean, Elon finds a new way, kind of like Kanye. He finds a new group to offend every couple of months. So we'll see. Oh, what's this? All right. I want Win. I want Win a lot. I told you, Win is going to bounce hard with China, but now it'll do bad with America for a little. That's what I talked about on the watch list a couple weeks ago. So I never made a play on it, but I think Win is going to be very attractive in the midterm. I don't know when, but, you know, and it's at it could go down like another $3 to $5, but even then, it's at a very interesting spot. SMCI earnings is today after the bell. Root, Eldos, Leidos Holdings. What is it? Didn't they have earnings? They're down 4. They're getting a candle right now. It's not haram. I don't want to ban you, Mosby. You're a good guy. You don't deserve that. But that's a ridiculous question. So remember, guys, if you were going to waste my time with like these weird morality questions about a play on the stock market, you need to sell everything you own and go move to the fucking mountains. For real. You know, it's not... I think we're all too far gone and corrupt, so you got to either, you know, find your way home, or you should really, really start hurdling over that easy obstacle. I don't think Donald Trump is going to get the Egyptians to take anybody unless they give them a lot. But it's a very wild concept. I mean, I wanted the war to end. I think the Middle East gets done very dirty a lot in all of this stuff, but that's the part. I said it right when he started talking about it. I'm not really, I haven't really been the biggest fan of all this stuff, but I'm looking forward to good outcomes, but I just kind of doubt that it'll be done as easily. Tariffs would further dull competitive edge on U.S. And then Russian military jet intruded in a Polish airspace on Tuesday. No, I don't. I had end phase options like a couple weeks ago, but those expired after we made them free. You got kicked out of the hostel where you're at. That's probably a good thing. I'm sure you were probably causing a nuisance. How do you get kicked out of a hostel? What were you smelling people? You go full Joe Biden or what? Palestine got you? Okay, I'm just going to ban you. That's not the answer we were looking for. So, good one, Kano. Thank you. That was worth it. I'll see you in 24 hours minimum. Samuel Schubert. What up, baby? Yeah, I don't want to hear your sex story either. You're banned too. Thank you. Again, I don't believe any of you too. That's why. I just think you're a little cuckoo. But I appreciate you taking the time to tell me. But yeah. Would I love my thoughts on REITs? I've heard of APLE. I think somebody in here put me onto it. But I want REITs when the bonds stabilize. Adding Win? No Trump, no Win. I like Win. Win earnings are coming up. Roach, Vince hooking up to Twitch. Twitch has been on fire, bro. I don't know. I might have to just stare at the Twitch more. I make your day. That's good, man. I hope you guys smile. Some of you like the clapbacks, so that's good. That's the silver lining. getting under contract for a house next month. Should have it paid off next year. I'm 24. Let's go, baby. I love to hear it. That's another one, man. I'm telling you. Dude, I don't know what, just you guys, that's what I'm saying. Like, even my attitude in many ways, bro, but I'm very glad for some of you. So you just triggered another rant, but I can't tell you enough, man. The gap that I keep seeing right now. I don't know what happened in 2025, but like it's like 20 Chads now at this point. You guys have gone from long-term to real estate, bought your own damn fucking house, and like it's, dude, I love it. And like some of you, even if you have not bought a house, what your long-term is done, I know that you're ready to go, man, and I'm very excited about it. So I don't know, man. I love the good news reports, and just like, you know, I don't know, you guys think I focus on the negative, but every time I've heard a Chad tell me this, man, I have ranted on this because I think it's so special. It's very, very important. And if you guys are like, man, I need a house, you'll get one, bro. Trust me. But that's why too, like, this wasn't overnight. And that's what you guys got to really start realizing right now. You know, you make a commitment, you make a goal, you make that plan right here, right now with that long term, bro. It's going to take you there. But, you know, as we get to celebrate the people who invested 4 or 5 years ago, don't feel down about it. But you have to realize, like, that is going to be you if you could actually stick with it. So very excited, bro. Good work, Sam. And everybody else in the chat who's done it, bro. Good fucking shit. Amen. He said, I'll still take those ankles on the court. I don't know, man. We old. U.S. and Britain snub international AI accord. So look at that rumor. When we were saying the AI thingy, that's hitting CNBC now. So you get an article on it. Yes, it's you. No, it's not you. Don't try to take his glory. Now I have to wait to see you tomorrow. Look at that. Get out the way. Thank you. It just hit CNBC right now with that headline. Credit above 700, 30 and solid. Let's go, baby. Zero debt's awesome. That feeling of having zero debt, man, is going to be free. You're going to love it. Oh, yeah, they are playing that Trump clip now.
Fantastic. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears.
Again, we already read you every headline.
We'll be able to work something, and I know we'll be able to work
so
something.
Now you got CNBC dropping the AI while playing a recording of Trump.
Not 100%, but 99% we're going to work out something with Egypt.
But Mr. President, during your election campaign, Mr. President, how is the U.S. going to own Gaza? Your White House has made clear taxpayer dollars won't be used for this. So what money are you going to use to buy Gaza?
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it. And we're going to run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site. And we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things. And we'll make that site into what it should be. And the people from Gaza who wouldn't be able to be there for years because
Rig on the high.
Just to get it and prepare it and to take care of all of the problems that
Citadel Ken Griffin says crypto needs regulations to attract big banks and big banks to the business.
Good people and some bad people, and you may have hostages right now. You know, you have the hostages possibly there. They don't know where they are. And, you know, I have a Saturday deadline, and I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy.
Captain your men's
we'll
league? Like you
tough
don't?
they are.
No.
But it's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. I think it'll turn the Middle East. I think you're going to have peace in the Middle East. You're going to eventually have peace in the Middle East.
Couldn't this deadline risk undermining the talks that you're having with the King today and risk the kind of wider peace that you're trying to?
Because we're not talking about a big situation. We're talking about something that can go very quickly. We're talking about it's going to go quickly. It's not going to take a long time, okay? That's not going to take a long time. You know bullies? You know what a bully is, right? You know the bully, I've always, and I found it throughout my life, a bully is the weakest person. And they're bullies. Hamas is bullies.
They're just bullies.
The weakest people are bullies. You know that, right? All right, go ahead.
Mr. President,
True, the
you were
nerds
saying
are
that,
scariest.
Palestinians will live somewhere else safe. Where exactly do you want them to live?
Well, it's not where I want them to live. It's going to be where we ultimately choose as a group. And I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Jordan. I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Egypt. We may have someplace else, but I think when we finish,
yes, there will be a
our
philo
talks, we'll
today. We have to
a
finish
place where,
yesterday's.
they're going to live very
And if you
happily
didn't
and
watch
very
yesterday's
safely.
philo,
And, don't forget,
it's
they
available for free.
only
You should
wanna
go
be
check it out.
on the Gaza Strip
A lot of
because
you
they
really,
don't know
really like
anything
that
else. They
one.
never
Geo
had
on
an
the high.
alternative. And they don't want to be on the Gaza Strip, but they have no choice. They have to be. And they're being killed there at levels that nobody's ever seen. No place in the world is like as dangerous.
It's kind of
as the
live.
Gaza
We
Strip.
had all the headlines
They don't wanna
earlier.
be there. They have no alternative.
They're just
When
playing
they
it
have
now.
an alternative, not one person will want to stay where they are. Nobody wants to stay there. They're living in hell. It's a death trap.
Mr. President, how do you know that the Palestinians don't want to leave their land? Some people say this is ethnic cleansing. You won't be able to force them to leave their land. They stay
We're moving
there.
them to a beautiful location where they have new homes, where they can live safely, where they'll have
But they want to
doctors
leave,
and
sir.
medical and all of those things. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, any questions?
King Abdullah, what do you think about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip? Do you want to see the U.S. own the Gaza Strip?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, the president is looking at Egypt coming to present their plan. As I said, we will be in Saudi Arabia to discuss how we can work with the president and with the United States. So I think let's wait until the Egyptians can come and present to the president.
You guys are going to drop a L? Can you like limit it to like 2 or 3?
Well, I think
Thank
what
you.
we said, I have to
You know what I'm saying? We get, after 3, it's kind of like la 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 la.
This thing with 2,000
So just
children as
cap it
quickly
at
as
3.
possible.
Cap it at 3.
And again, I believe that the president is looking forward to getting a group of us Arabs here to discuss the overall plan.
And last question, the 2,000 children, are those from the Gaza Strip?
Absolutely from the Gaza
Are
Strip.
you willing to change your mind, Mr.
That's
President?
from the Gaza Strip, the 2,000.
Are you willing to change your mind if you hear the Egyptian and the Arab plan end of the month? If they present you something different, are you open to
I
another
think
plan?
we sort of
And all of your
gone
guys'
down the
takes
line. We
on
know
this are
pretty much
cute and
what
all,
is going
but
to be
nobody ever
presented.
mentions all of the
And I
Christians
think it's
getting
gonna be something
slaughtered
that's
in the
gonna be
Middle East.
magnificent for the
So yeah,
Palestinians. They're going to be in love with
LW,
it.
whatever we feel,
I
but
do
yeah,
very well with real
thank you.
estate. I can tell you about
I
real
reclaim my
estate. They're
time.
going to be in love with it.
But Mr. President, does it concern you that moving 2 million people from
It's
there?
a very small number of people relative to other things that have taken place over the decades and centuries. It's a very small number of people. And they're living a terrible life. Look at the way they're living now. Nobody's living like that in the entire world. They're living under buildings that are mostly fallen down and will continue to fall down. And they're living under. People
Republicans
are being killed
try to
every
save
day. The
USAID
conditions are
food
horrible.
program.
There are no conditions anywhere in the
What's
world.
this? 3-year
that are worse
auction,
than the Gaza Strip right
4.322 or 332?
You said all hell will break out if all the hostages are not released on Saturday.
That
What
could
do you
move
mean
some
by
things,
that? And are you
but
encouraging
tomorrow,
Netanyahu
bigger
to
auction.
walk away from this deal? Have you talked about this with him?
So I've looked at what at
Farm
the
states are
condition
trying to
of
save
people
1.8 billion
coming
on
out
food, U.S. food
the
aid,
hostage situation, and it's horrible.
which has been said
I
by
looked at
closed by
before
USAID.
and after yesterday.
Tracy,
3
Kansas,
young men.
Arkansas,
One is
Washington, and
dead
North
now,
Carolina.
As you know, the older gentleman who died, which everybody said he was alive and well, he's dead. But the 3 young men, and I looked at them from a short while ago, and I looked at them now. They're emaciated. They look like Holocaust survivors. They looked. I mean, they'll get better, but they're in rough shape. They were treated really badly, and we've heard things from them since. And I think the reason that Hamas is playing so cute is because they saw the reaction to these 3 people that came out, and the other ones. Look, the one young lady had her hand blown off practically, and they were not in great shape either. But she's missing her fingers and a
Yeah,
big part of her
Bonderland
hand.
comment right
You know
now.
what she did? She was stopping a bullet that was aimed at her.
Talking
She
Ukraine
went
and
like
energy.
that, and it blew off her hand. No, I think I think they want time because I think the people that they have living are in such bad shape because they're sending the most healthy people out because they don't want to send the least healthy people out. And there was an uproar when they saw the people from yesterday. So these people are, so I don't want to do 2
These
and then we do
people.
another 2 in another week and then we do 4 in 3 weeks. No. They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock or all bets are off.
Mr. President, would you still consider
It is a replay. I read you all the headlines about 30 minutes ago. Sadly, if you aren't aware of the process, Trump is kind of trying to limit market reaction, and then he is he's just saying everything 30 minutes ahead. Market digest it, and then we get the live video. If that makes any sense. We could talk about it when it's done, but you need to start understanding that because I think it's being done very purposefully.
The king and his son. I assume you told your
I
son,
think it
right?
levels out the market a lot better.
And I just thought it was great.
Because now, no matter what he says, the
I don't
market
have
has
to
30
threaten
minutes to
with money.
digest
We
it
do.
every
We
time.
contribute a lot of money to Jordan and to Egypt, by the way, a lot, to both. But I don't have to threaten that. I think we're above that. I do believe we're above that. So.
Would you consider other countries, not Jordan and Egypt? There was talks about Indonesia, Albania, other places.
Yeah, sure, we would. And we have other countries that want to get involved. We have a lot of people that want to get involved. There's a great sense of wanting to help the Palestinians. There's a lot.
Yeah, he said he didn't care about the market. This just, in a way, puts it in the middle.
Big hearts, and this gentleman.
So that way it doesn't get used against him as much or for him.
How are you going to force him, Mr. President?
No, I think the market doesn't like surprises. The market doesn't like boom, 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 boom. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Just ease into it. Just like even Biden, you could talk the market into whatever you want. You just got to do it gently.
From a multitude of countries, Arab, international. I know the Europeans want to step in.
Bond 4.30?
Look to the help of the United States to make sure that
that was a good
COGAT,
short-term
which is the
auction.
clearing agency on the Israeli side, makes this as efficient as possible.
Yeah, that's why TLT, watch Shy.
Kids, the best
But
way
that
to get
auction
them
was
is
pretty
by
good.
helicopters and get them straight to our institutions. I also believe that quite a few countries would also probably like to take some of those kids and have them treated in their hospitals. So we hope to launch this ASAP.
Yes, and that's right. This should have been done by the Biden administration, but, they didn't do anything. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So this should have been done by the Biden administration. This should have never happened because October 7th would have never happened if I were president. Zero chance of happening. You wouldn't have had that whole mess where the Middle East got blown up, and you wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia fighting. That would have never happened. And by the way, we're making good progress there, I think. I really think we're making some very good progress.
Mr. President, you've said before that the U.S. would buy
shit.
Gaza.
Watch
and
out.
Today you just said we're not going to buy
Reuters.
Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy.
So get ready. You have Reuters saying Iran envoy alerts UN Security Council to deeply alarming and irresponsible remarks by Trump threatening use of force. Iran warns that any acts of aggression will have severe consequences for which U.S. will bear full responsibility. Sovereignty, territorial integrity. There's a bunch of these. Serious consequences will statements flagrantly violate international law. That any act of aggression will be retaliated. Will resolutely defend their sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national interest against any hostile action. Reuters rumor on Iran clapping a little bit. Well, remember, though, Trump said the most gangster thing. He said, if they touch me, I have plans to obliterate them. He literally pulled a John McAfee. You know that? He said, I got a dead man switch. He said, if you kill me, Iran, I already left them instructions on what to do that will be carried out. So, yeah.
We, as Arabs, will be coming to the United States with something that we're going to talk about later to discuss all these options.
And Mr. President, take it under what authority? It is sovereign territory.
Under the U.S.
authority.
And Mr. President, would you seek
That's
to
his
personally
authority.
develop property in Gaza after this happens?
No, I've had a great career in real estate.
Mr. President,
You know, when you've done what I've done in the last number of years, including the 4 years that we should have been doing something else, frankly, because people see that now for sure. But when you've done what I've done, you can just do more good for people.
SPG, was that the one that got shorted?
We can do things.
No, Simon Property.
Things that should have been done.
Maybe they're going to get the Gaza contract.
Had to be done. Gaza, absolutely, it would have been It would have been so great if the Biden administration would have started this. But actually, in all fairness to them, they should have never let it happen. It did happen. And because of the fact that they let this happen, this catastrophe of October 7th, something like this becomes practical and very real, meaning the development and all of the things that I've talked about with respect to the Gaza Strip. If you didn't have the October 7th catastrophe, and it was a horrible catastrophe, then probably you wouldn't be talking about that. But
Guatemala.
The only thing I can say is this is going to bring stability and peace to the Middle East. And ultimately, when it's developed, which will be in quite a while from now, because we want to let things calm down. But when it's developed, it's going to bring tremendous numbers of jobs to the Middle East, including
Biohaven on the high, BHVN.
What if it does not bring peace to the Middle East? There are many Palestinians, even though you say that everything is going to be beautiful, everything is going to be lovely, they're not going to want to go back. There are going to be people who want to go back and feel like that it is their right to do that. You haven't said, will there be any type of repercussions or anything that happens?
We don't think that's going to happen. We think people are going to be very happy, thrilled. A lot of those people that you're talking about
I don't think so.
Maybe living there and maybe working there, but it'll be in a different form. We have had tremendous support for this project, and we think the biggest asset of the project is going to bring peace.
BP, remember Elliot took a stake and them in Phillips.
Go ahead behind you, and you've asked enough.
Mr. President, one of your promises on the campaign trail is to bring peace to the Middle East. It was a promise to your Arab voters here.
You know, your dog knows more about Middle East than Trump? Really? Ask him about the Arab Spring.
Well, you know, if you look at Michigan...
So now you got to go Google that. But y'all just stop talking shit, okay? Calm down. Just remember, if you think someone's terrible, it's usually because it like arises the pride in you. Remember, pride is something we hate, but we hate seeing it in others as much. Yeah, you know, it's a long story, but yeah.
We won it.
No Arab Spring comment? Okay.
By 30 points. So my relationship with the Arab population has been fantastic, and my relationship with the Middle East is very good with all the countries, just about all the countries. Let's see, I would say all the countries. And they all want
Trump
to do
doesn't know.
something,
Listen, I don't deny there might be some things he doesn't know. But like, also we should start, like, all of us, we don't know shit either.
They want this.
I don't know if we should start acknowledging that.
The stories are false. They
But
want to have peace.
yeah, just try to just take it in, man. Don't understand it all, but just experience it all. Okay, that's word to
This
Philo.
will be a big factor in bringing peace to the
Amen.
Middle
We
East.
will
Thank you very
understand with
much,
time.
everybody.
All right, get the cow.
Come on, guys, quickly, please. Thank you. Guys, let's go. Come on, quickly. In the Oval Office, alongside
You're a war photographer.
Jordan's
Why are you
King
here right now
Abdullah.
then? That doesn't make any sense. Either way, I hope you're safe out there, but again, I think as a society, we will come together once we all realize we're all clueless. Okay, we need to work together. Work together. I don't agree with that whole thing. I don't think it's going to work, but I mean, I'm not going to sit here tell you fucking idiot. He's so full. He doesn't know anything. You know what I'm saying? So it just, there's a lot of things I agree with, and everything I've disagreed with, I've told you right away. And like I'm saying, there's a lot of things out there. Our ignorance is what causes Americans to get hurt. Oh, I agree. That's why, like, although you may not like what he says, I would strongly encourage you to like go research it. Like I said, I mean, I've been talking about the Middle East for a very long time. You know, even like Yemen and some of the other stuff before even the war stuff too. It's just like, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, Middle East is a very complex topic. And, you know, if you want to be more educated and you think this stuff isn't doing right, I really encourage you to really look into it and study and educate yourself more on it. And then you'll see what is both good and bad, and then you could form your own opinions, you know, above all else. And hopefully the more knowledge you have, you'll kind of accept and be like, okay, this is a very difficult scenario. Although I may not agree per se, it's not like we haven't found a solution in this continent or region in a very long time. So, like I said, I don't think it's going to work. What he's saying, I don't agree with it. I think it seems kind of outlandish and maybe a pipe dream. But then again, I mean, Trump has done stuff in the Middle East before, but it's just this goes bigger than Trump is the simple way. Israel, Hamas, Palestine, the Christians, the other religions out there, it's gone on. This is before all of it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's morally wrong. I don't know. It's up to you, bro. Do we all have the same morality? Then that's it. Ask me about stocks. You guys don't care about it. Some of you come here to have a moral circle jerk, but I want you to make money so that you could think for yourself, protect your families, and be the wisest you can be. But again, if anything of this is tripping you up on morality, you need to pick another task to do this. That's why I charge for philo now, because this is not a moral game. And some of y'all need to take a step back and really come to terms with that or not. But stocks-wise, I could give you a lot of opinions and facts on that too. But we don't even agree on morality together, so what are we doing, Mm-hmm. Hood earnings, I just think they had an announcement today with the futures, and then the UK options is going to be good. But other than that, yeah. Yeah, we're here to make money. It's seriously, for real. We are all throwing stones in a glass house like fools, myself included. That's why even when I talk shit, bro, I'm a scrub. What are you saying? We're all just little fucking, we sit in our room to try to fucking make $1 while people are dying and veterans and people have to go to work, bro. In the last 4 years, what we did to all the people who work outside, bro, we all get to work inside. What the fuck are we saying? So, yeah, I'm very aware of it. I hope some of you guys get there and be aware of it and do good. And I hope when you make money, you do something good with it. And at the end of the day, though, until you could protect your family and yourself, obviously we're here for a reason. And that's what I plan on helping all of you, regardless of what you believe in or what you think is right or wrong, because that's the opportunity we have. But yeah, amen, bro. I agree with you. Mm-hmm. JP Morgan COO says there's an overall cautiously optimistic sentiment in terms of policy. Interesting. Heaven, hell, or insane asylum. Amen, bro. Y'all should. That's why I said yesterday's philo. I don't know. I think it's good. Liberals know too much and conservatives know too little. No, man. The problem is anybody, regardless of race, religion, political background, creed, or anything, is everyone thinks they know too much. I know a decent amount, and I still think I don't know shit, bro. I'm an idiot. Until we all could kind of come to that conclusion, you just have a lot of overly confident people being very arrogant. Yes, I agree. 100%. So, yeah, man, that's why again, everything I do here is slow and I'm a dumbass, so don't hold me to any higher standard than that. But at the end of the day, that's why I said there's a lot of info out there, and we could experience, and that's an exercise. You need to experience, take in a lot, and try to think for yourself. But at the end of the day, trying to understand it all and someone telling you they do is a fucking liar. That's because it's just too complex. We have a lot of complexity with all of it, and that's why it's just we live in a world of social media, and we have so much access to info, but we all just think we are God. That's what I've noticed. So yeah, we got to kind of approach that a little more humbly, and then we'll be good. So yeah, why talk about anything then? Why are you throwing me to an extreme? So just because we can't understand everything, we must not talk about anything? What in the communism are you saying? Like I said, you can experience everything. That is an exercise. But to understand everything is a strain. And a lot of people are LARPing like they understand, or they're driving themselves insane trying to understand past the most levels rather than learning how to accept multiple things all at once. And then use it to benefit themselves and their community and society. So you could still talk, but do you get the idea? There's a balance, and hopefully, that extreme, you stay away from them. Mm-hmm. This is way beyond a stock. I know. This is why I go private when I go on these rants. Yeah, some of you can't handle it. Amen. I agree. Exactly, man. So I hope in the time you have free, you must use that as to avoid the temptation of getting brainwashed by a prop fund seller, pusher, whatever you call them. So yeah, good luck. Yeah, Bitcoin all day has been flushing. We haven't moved though. Again, even that AI. Tesla's been the only one. I don't know, man. I want to say it's the OpenAI stuff, to be honest. Russia releases U.S. prisoner after talk with Trump envoy. Nice. And then, bro, Valentine's Day is on Friday, bro. Okay? Have I measured my IQ before? I'm going to go with like a low 20s because the other day, we were watching an interview with the Japan president, and I thought this hoe was asking him a long-ass question. Come to find out, it was just some girl translating the president. And it took me roughly about 3 minutes to figure that out. I could interpret a Powell statement in less than 10 seconds. But that one, 3 minutes. So I'm gonna aim low on the whole IQ thing. You know what I'm saying? I got a long term. Even the long term is not anything high IQ. You know that? It's actually so low IQ that it works so well. You realize that, right? I don't know if you guys figured that out. Do you realize the long term is not... That's why people get mad at me. It's so unsophisticated, and it's still outperforming. But all it is, why did you buy it? I use it. No, why? Because I use it. And my toothpaste. I use the Procter & Gamble. Meta, I like Facebook. Big, I use company, 10 year. That's it. It's very, very unsophisticated, but, it goes a long way. Yeah, Broadcom, again, they were running with TSM earlier. Disney, Frozen. Hey, man. You were going to get one share of Eli Lilly for Valentine's? Well, listen, fellas, I don't know if this is not stock related, but ask your girl out for Valentine's, okay? So just make sure I'm looking out for you. Just ask your girl to be your Valentine, okay? Because if you haven't done that, it's an easy L. You could avoid it, get some good brownie points, and then that's it. That's all you got to do. Just letting you know. Just letting you know now. Taking her to the aquarium for Valentine's. That's hype. I like aquariums. Fish are cool. I wanted a shark at one point, but that's another story. I like Pepsi a lot. Even Coca-Cola is good. Even if you live with her. Well, yeah, I mean, I kind of had the assumption that most of you live with your wives and shit, but yeah, just anybody. That's it. Your girl is roasting you. She should. If you didn't know this already, and the fucking stock streamer had to tell you, come on, bro. Get the long term. That's important, but there's no way I'm the one informing you on this. So if that's that, so she has every right. She has every right. Taking her to the local Applebee's. I'm trying to hit Applebee's up. I feel heavy. You did it at a gas station with a Dr. Pepper and Flamin' Munchies. She was happy. That sounds beautiful. That sounds like a movie, bro. I don't know. I'm proud of you. It's 10:20. Who is this? Diane Swank?
Sells Diane, but people talking about the Fed, including those in
let
this
me go to the bathroom.
administration. Just last week,
Follow me on
we had
Instagram,
an
at
exclusive
the Trading
conversation
Fraternity.
with Scott Bessent, the
Real
new
Cult News on
Treasury
Twitter.
Secretary, suggesting he
Burb.
does not want to weigh in on monetary policy, basically saying that this administration is not concerned as to whether or not the Fed wants is to cut rates or hike rates. They're just trying to make sure that the 10-year yield goes down. And we heard the chairman talking about this in the testimony today, that actually the Fed only has so much control over things like mortgage rates because it's about what the 10-year is doing. Do you see the ability for fiscal conversations happening here in Washington, even if the Fed is not really trying to take those into account, still altering what borrowing costs look like in this economy?
Absolutely. I mean, everything from deficit financing of tax cuts, that could push the yield up even further. On the other side of it, some of the spending cuts that they're trying to attempt to do may actually take some of the steam out of the upward rise in bond yields. So clearly this is outside of the Fed's purview. They can only do what they can do at the short end of the curve. The Treasury Secretary has also made clear that he would like to change some things that he's doing at the long end of the curve and perhaps be able, there has been a statements by the administration they'd like to see a dollar depreciation. That's why they're so focused on the long end of the yield curve. What is unclear is how much they could actually engineer that on their own.
What do higher deficits mean for inflation, Diane, particularly if the Trump tax cuts, if extended, are not paid for?
Well, the extension of the tax cuts alone aren't all that stimulative because we're already in place. So, falling off a cliff of not extending the tax cuts, that would be holding back the economy quite dramatically. What really matters is the composition of tax cuts going forward. Are they going to be just extensions and sweeteners for individuals, or will there also be some offsets on investment to try to offset any losses we see due to tariffs and the higher costs of tariffs? And that's where a lot of debate is currently going on in Washington, and trying to think about how do we think about expensing investments right now? How do we think about R&D? I don't think they're going to come up with any solutions on that till year end because it is so complicated. But depending on where the tax cuts actually come, that will have a different effect on the overall Treasury bond market. But we have seen some return globally of the bond vigilantes, and I don't think they're limited anymore to developing economies alone. We've already seen
the bond vigilantes remind me of Anonymous. They're like liberal now. Doesn't count. You know that? I never thought I'd see the day where fucking Anonymous is defending big government. Have you guys seen that on Twitter? It's the wildest shit. I'm like, this makes no sense. This is not the Anonymous I grew up with. You guys were not... We didn't get one Epstein list, and now they're, like, threatening Elon Musk. Like, what? This is stupid, bro. Anyways. Yeah, we were just talking Illuminati yesterday. Hell no, that's not a real account. I know. He's a reject, bro. That guy. Can't even... Nah, I bet you can't even no scope. He's not a real one. Anyways. But we are going to move to philo here in a little bit. But don't go. I have a rant for everybody in here right now. So we are going to move to philo. That's kind of been something we've been doing here. If you don't know why, you got to catch up and figure it out. But I have something for all of you right now. Like I said, if you want me, I think I've got back to like 60, 70% of them. I still have a lot more. We got overwhelmed. But it's very simple. Bro, you want me to pay for your membership? Go get a real estate deal right now. And even then, I'm just telling you right now, it's very simple in life, bro. Something gets shut off, you want it, you can't afford it. You need to make up your decision on what to go do. You either go wherever else you need to go, wherever you get your info, if that's what you want to do. But what I would really try to tell you guys right now, for real, if I'm gone here for an hour or two, bro, go outside and knock on a door. I'm telling you, I don't know if this could be a blessing for some of y'all, but use this little, this thing, go back and forth, and that's it. You don't do sales. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, do you want money? Again, sadly, I love you, but I don't want to hear that lack of ambition. Respectfully, go ahead. If you don't want more money and you don't want to work and you don't want to put yourself and you have time, energy, hands, and you could sit down in a nice, clean room for 2 hours and you don't want any more money, by all means, my brother, do you. But for those of you who want to make a lot of money, and those of you who still have goals you want to accomplish, and you need to go somewhere and you want to do something, bro, I'm being dead serious. You may not like me right now, but I really think, bro, use this time to get out there and you could low-key start another money-making effort. You see what I'm saying? And we'll be back here. You won't miss. I mean, look at most of the announcements are going to come after the hours. Yeah, you might miss a random news play, but do you hear what I'm saying? For real, some of you right now, you get mad at my philo, you can listen to it after. But for real, I'm telling you, why wouldn't you use this chance right now? Go get a real estate deal. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You don't have to lowball anybody. So again, Brian, just leave out of the conversation. Your lack of ambition, I don't like. But I'll still let you stay here. But to come up with flippant solutions to not work, it's fine. You don't want to work. That's okay. No one else. I'm just talking to the 20-year-olds, the 21s, the 25, the 30-year-olds, the 40-year-olds who want 20, 50, 100 grand, $1 million, bro. It's very simple. You don't have to lowball anybody. You get a deal, you can refer. There's so many ways we've talked about. I said 70% if I'm going to buy it. If you've heard that part, you should have heard the other parts where I said we'll help you in any other way. And if we can't buy it, there's still ways to make money. So again, you're done with this, Brian. I'm not banning you. I thank you for your service, brother, but I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? There's people in here who want something, and I want people to get 3 to 5 sources of income. And while you could find this as a negative opportunity because people didn't even want to hear the damn Bible, then I'm just saying some of you can use this right now. And if you fuck around and do it right, by the end of this month, you can make 10, 20, 50 grand, depending on who knows what happens. Or you may just stumble into another career. But I'm saying you have a couple of options. You want to sit here and trade? Don't cry. Just go somewhere else. Figure it out. Otherwise, if you're like, damn, what do I do? Bro, you could get out there right now and you could start a whole nother career while still trading, while having the long term. Play your cards right, bro. Let's go. That's it. I don't know what to tell you, but so that's what I'm trying to say here. I really want some of you, as we go to philo here, if this philo moment is not for you and it doesn't work right now, and especially if you're like, I don't want to pay $5, I strongly encourage you to start your other career right now, because by the end of this, bro, in a couple weeks, you might be doing a lot better than you think if you apply yourself. But what I am telling you is to get out there and work, and we have a way. And like I said, if you send me any lead, bro, I'll pay for your membership. I don't care. But I do hope you are motivated to get out there and do it. So, I mean, you could listen. If you don't want that, I don't know anything else. I just know what I'm good at and what I've helped people. Again, I've made several millionaires through this formula. Not several, more than several. Real estate and stocks, bro, it works. Somebody said you could go Uber, DoorDash. If that's what you want to do, by all means. You know what I'm saying? It's super. That's on you. You could start a marketing company. You could do other cold calling. If you have other technical physical skills, like we have people in here who frame homes or build garages or even plumbing, for crying out loud. That's another thing. But like I'm telling you, just as a little Egyptian boy, stocks and real estate, and again, I didn't sit in front of the screen all day. And putting those two together, that has got me a real ample amount of freedom. And that's why I'm saying for the people, we have a good track record and I've seen it. Just don't forget about that real estate. And if you got this 2 hours and if unfortunately you are prevented, don't sulk in the prevention and get motivated and start a career right now. And you could get something knocked like really good, bro. So I don't know. I'm just encouraging y'all to take advantage of the harvest. So I hope y'all feel me, man, because I've seen some of you do it and y'all have met me. And I think it was a win-win for both of us because I'm happy. And then you get to be in the Chad more and you're happy. And then you're like, holy shit, I just found a real estate deal. I think I might be onto something. And then it's a win-win for everybody. The only people who don't win are the people who don't want to apply in this way. And I get we may not agree. You guys may have different plans, but unfortunately this stuff isn't for you. You know, it's for the people who want it, and I know where I could help. So I would do it, man. And take this to heart because I genuinely mean it, and I've already seen results. So I would love more of you. And I again, bro, it's waiting for you. You know what I'm saying, bro? A new career, big commissions, it's all waiting for you the moment you're willing to embark on it. And again, just remember, life is like your body and energy. It will produce what you demand of it. You know that? So the less you demand, the less energy you get. The more you demand, the more energy you're going to have. I promise you. It's a pyramid scheme. I hate it, but that's for real. That's how it works. So if you're like, man, you start working, applying yourself, time, effort. I mean, bro, you're going to have more and more energy before you know it. And then vice versa. So like I'm saying, watch the market, be involved, go where you need to go. But bro, so you could walk outside right now, even pick up a phone, and who knows? Who knows, my friends? So yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys for listening, for real, because I know some of you have other opinions, and I get it. We don't like the whole like members only thing, but I think some of you heard me, and I'm glad. But for real, because like I'm saying, deal with this nonsense for a little bit. You're gonna come out the other side with a new career, a new job, and all of this value is gonna even hit for you 10 times more. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you, and I hope that, you know, taking it to heart and realizing your own potential and acting on it. I look forward to that. I really do, because that has only led to a stronger, better community. And those are the other thousands of people who are here with no questions asked because of that. You know what I'm saying? So let's get on it, bro. And I can't wait to see some of you guys there. All right? So that being said, the market did love that whole little rant. But now we're going to go to Philo. And here's the deal. Go watch yesterday's Philo too. If you're not going to be going outside for any other money-making activity, because it's a big one and how it relates to today. We're going to go off of that. So check it out, man. But that being said, it's going to take you there. Otherwise, I'll be on by Power Hour. Follow me on Twitter. If any breaking news happens, I'll post it on my Twitter. So you guys will be good to go, man. But there is the Philo link. I love you all, man. Thank you for being here. And honestly, I look forward to those of you who are going to surprise me with what you're about to do in the next 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? I look forward to it. So let's go, baby. Challenge accepted, I hope. Challenge accepted. But I love you all. I'll catch you guys near Power Hour. And peace.